Audio check 1 2 1 2. Um, in order, I'm sorry, good, thank you. Public, you have 3 minutes to voice your opinions about your particular bill that you're interested in. And how we do this is we'll give you a warning sign. It's a beep sign, and in about 40 seconds it's going to go off. When you hear that beep, that's when you should start concluding your conversation or your uh, any piece of literature that you're reading from. When you hear that beep, your next word should be in conclusion, therefore, and summarize. You will hear that from me. If you cannot hear the sound, I'll make sure you hear it here. With that being said, I have my co-chair who might want to say a couple words for this public hearing, and then we'll get started.
Thank you, Senator. No, not too much to say. Excited to hear from everybody, and let's get going.
Okay. So with that being said, when you hear this beep, and the beep sounds like this, that's when you start to summarize. Okay. So the first person up today is always our commissioner, Commissioner Charlene Tucker. And what we typically do, we have some public officials start off our public hearing for the first hour, and then we'll rotate between our public officials and the general public. With that being said, good morning, Commissioner.
Morning and happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you also.
All of you.
You have as much time as you like to make your presentation. And also, again, to my colleagues, this is a public hearing. We are here to listen to the public. If you want to communicate with yourselves, do that on your time, please. Thank you. Commissioner, it's your show.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator McCurry, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, and members of the Education Committee. As Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Education, I'm pleased once again to have the opportunity to provide you with testimony today regarding a series of bill proposals on your agenda. As always, you have my very extensive written testimony, which I ask you to please review. We put a lot of love and care in providing that for you. And I want to focus today, though, my comments on SB 1392, which is an act concerning educator certification. Educator certification is very important to our public education system in Connecticut, and we've been working intentionally towards modernization. This proposal that you have in front of you today, however, completely undermines the work of the Connecticut Educator Preparation and Certification Board that you all created during the past session. This board is comprised of key people, educators, school administrator, individuals representing the educator preparation programs, the business and industry sector, local boards of education, superintendents, the Department of Education, the Office of Early Childhood, and the Technical Education and Career System. It is this board that you've charged with reviewing the state's approach to assessing whether candidates for certification have demonstrated minimum content knowledge within their endorsement areas for purposes of the law, and to develop recommendations as to whether alternative approaches should be afforded to allow candidates to demonstrate such minimum content knowledge. So this proposal, I believe, circumvents the authority of this board and the Connecticut State Board of Education. So we request that this proposal be reconsidered and that it be not moved forward for a vote by this committee. Please allow the board, which is meeting monthly, to thoughtfully do the work that you've charged them to do and to bring back recommendations to this body as they continue to move forward. Further details about the substance of our concern in that proposal is in my written testimony to you. So as you're winding down, you're starting to wind down your hearing process, I would also respectfully ask this committee that you deliberate the merits of each bill by asking yourselves a couple of questions. One of them, what is the problem that the bill seeks to solve? I think that's a key question because that answer will tell you, is your proposal then in line with actually solving the problem? And will the bill have unintended consequences? I think that's also a very key question. And does the bill create new mandates? And if so, are resources being provided for effective implementation? So please take the department's written testimonies into careful consideration. The team have given up weekends just to make sure we're thoughtful in providing you feedback on the proposals that are in front of you. Know that we as the Department of Education, we value your critical role in impacting education, and we stand ready to join with you and our other education partners in exploring the most effective policy moves to achieve the best outcomes. See, your policy making matters. Your policy making matters. As together, we are all of us together are accountable. We're accountable for a system of 202 districts that include charter schools that daily impacts, and you can write the number down, 508,402 students and over 120,000 educators and school staff. By the way, you may have heard me before talk about 512,652 students, but the number I'm talking about today is 508,402. Why is that? These are new numbers. New numbers reflect more than 4,000 fewer kindergartners as a result of the kindergarten age entry law. So I say to you, awesome legislators in this House, in this body, your policy making has real impact. So the department is comprised of individuals who are really experts in the areas that they lead, and we are all together. Team CSD is here in the building today. We are a resource to all of you. Please never hesitate to reach out to our Chief of Staff, Legislative Liaison Laura Stephan, waving at you, and to myself. I will take your calls first thing in the morning, late at night, on the weekends. It is that important that we do this work together to positively impact the 508,402 students and the over 120,000 school staff that is in our system. With that, very pleased to take any questions that you may have today. Thank you very much.
Any of my colleagues who like to speak first, I'll save my comments to last. Representative Kiss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Talking about Bill 1392, interesting, I had in my notes when I read this, are we reducing the benchmarks? I know again, mine are in lines, but in line 21, but all through it, it seems that we've taken out achieve a satisfactory evaluation, and we've put satisfy the minimum on a lot of things in this bill. And so I was questioning whether lessening requirements, what do you feel about that? Does this bill actually do that? And if so, should the board you're talking about be involved and take a look at that?
Right. So thank you for your question. And you're exactly right. This is the work of the board, of the certification board that was created to take a look at all of those things. Do we need to make some changes? Are there alternate pathways that we can take while not lowering the standards of making sure we have the most prepared educators in front of all those students? And so that is what we're asking for the time for this board with all the appropriate experts that sit in there to be able to provide feedback to this body about what is necessary. Also keep in mind that there's a couple things that you've also done. Last session, you also asked our State Board of Education to issue initial educator certificates to folks who meet a different combination of experiences. And so that is out in the space as well that you've asked the board to do. And in the prior year, you've asked us to do a study very similar to what are pass rates, what are we doing, are we looking at practice? We've done that study. We now have an alternate approach that's in place. So we are literally being responsive to the needs of the community as we're modernizing to make sure that we're not having barriers that are artificial barriers, but doing the right thing at the right time while we maintain quality.
Well, Thank you, because, I do, I'm in the process still of going through, there's so many boards and commissions and task force and all these things. And my big word for this session is accountability and looking at scores and all of these things and who is accountable for these items. So anyway, I was just curious on your thoughts on that. And then later on in this bill it's my line 121, it says, the Regional Educational Service Center Minority Recruiting Alliance. Do they still exist?
Yeah, let me just get the number. What lines are you on?
121 to 122. Because I'm always hearing about we need minority teachers, minority. Well, here's a group that was in statute created, and I'm just wondering, do they still exist?
The group still exists. And it is certainly one you mentioned, and I certainly appreciate you always talking about the commissions and groups that the department participates in. For public knowledge, the department is required in legislation to participate in 60 committees, task force groups, and something to be thinking about.
Well, and this goes to kind of my accountability. If this group has existed to recruit minority teachers, now I'm hearing, we need more, we always need more, kind of, what have they been doing? I guess I'll say. So you don't have to answer that question. It's just a comment. And when I say minority, that includes a lot of different groups of people. So I hope we're including, Asians, all these people are included in minority. So I think sometimes when we talk about minorities in this building, it's a small circle, but it can be a bigger circle. And so I just wanted to make sure that we're looking across the board at that. My last piece of information I'm looking on, oh, I'm sorry, may I through you, Mr. Chair? In the same bill at the end in section 3 or on 3, it's line 148, 149. It talks about a program to allow minority college seniors who are majoring. Did that work?
So we have, and we'll share with you, a list of all of these are existing language, not necessarily new language, as you
Right.
know. And we have a series of programs that we've implemented at the agency and with our partners addressing really diversifying the profession. And so we can share all of that with you. There's a document, it's called Recruitment by the Numbers, that we've listed out the impact of the reciprocity program that we have with over 1,300 new educators into our state, the next generation program. So we have quite a few of those representatives that we can share with you in
And
terms
to
of
share
where
if
we
they're
are.
working or not. That's
Yes.
really what I'm interested in.
Right. So we'll share with you the impact for all of that we've been doing.
Okay, thank you. And if I may just to wrap myself up on bill number 1391 about the multilingual learner data. Is this information already collected and it's just not put somewhere?
So information is already collected and in both, so the plan is to put both of those together to do this report that you're asking us for in this piece of legislation. So there isn't a need for new data collection, but basically utilizing what we currently have. And Ajit, is that accurate?
So it's not a mandate on the schools?
No, we already have that information that we're collecting. It's just how we present it so that it can be transparent and available.
Well, I will say EdSite is very difficult, and I would love all kinds of information presented to us, reading scores, all those things you have to go through one by one. So EdSite is really a difficult place. So thank you. And I just have my last question is kind of not related to this. I'm just curious because it's been a lot of talk through this building and everywhere. Do you know how many people in your department work from home?
That I don't have a number for you, but they have to be in at least 1 day per week. And, staff are there more than that, depending on what it is that they're working on. So I don't have a specific number of how many because they're required. They're able to do that.
But, and I ask because in a lot of legislation in this, and especially in the special ed, there's a lot of site visits that we're not doing. There's a lot of things that it's going to require your department to do more, as this always happens every year. And so I just wanted to make sure that when y'all have to go out and look at certain things and certain, I'm not getting into special ed outplacements, but any of these things, it's not being done as it is supposed to be done, is what I'm hearing. So I just asked that question because y'all are going to have more work to do this year than you did last year.
And appreciate that, but just to clarify, the fact that somebody may be working a hybrid schedule, it has never been a case where we're doing this so we will not go out and do our visits. The responsibilities for monitoring visits are done. And so that I just want to be clear in this space that that is not the case, that I don't have staff saying, I got to work from home today, so I don't think I'll go out and do my visits, because that is not the case.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you so much for being here. It's refreshing to be reminded of the connectivity. I do have a question about one bill, and that is House Bill 7077, the act concerning crisis response drills. If you recall, you had some pretty strong words about the 2024 predecessor to the proposal. And I know that there was a very, very exhaustive effort to have the task force work toward your recommendations as well. In your review of these bills, can you just comment on whether HB 7077 rises to your level of satisfaction?
So thank you, Representative. And the point you make is what I make in this building is that when you have a task force or a group designated to do the work, to please give them the chance to do the work and let that inform the policy that's then created after that. And so I appreciated my testimony, the working group that got together and got this work done. And we believe in our consultation with the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection that there is a path forward now in what is proposed, and deferring to them. I know they had some concerns about corporate privacy issues, but that they're there. We still have to think about, and I know a part of this bill is being able to communicate with families in all their native languages, which is really so important. We just have to make sure that our districts are prepared to do that, because there is cost in doing those as well. But clearly not where we were before when I testified on it, because I appreciate the work of the working group that put forward recommendations.
Thank you so much for that. It means a lot. It also ultimately means a lot to some of our speakers here today who are going to speak to 7077 as well. So thank you so much for keeping us on the discipline straight and narrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you. And thank you for being here today. A lot to unpack here. One thing I just want to comment on is what you said right out the gate here with what problem does this solve? And you gave a series of things to look for. And I thought that was really good. I really appreciate that assessment and evaluation that all of us should take when we're looking at anything, right? There's unintended consequences and mandates and all of this in a big bundle, and they bring about things that we didn't plan on, sometimes making the situation worse, not better. And then my second thing is you did not comment on SB 1393. Do you have anything to say regarding that bill?
So 1393 is on building projects, and really would say that we need to have conversations with our Department of Administrative Services around the proposal that's there to ensure that there's not talk about unintended consequences about costs in what is here. So I'm deferring to my colleagues and Commissioner at Department of Administrative Services as they monitor the bonding and all of that, the effort there.
I was just, you had mentioned charter schools and some of what you said, and I was trying, this may or may not be germane, so you can correct me if it isn't, but the funding for charter schools in the budget that was proposed to be put out, I know there was some money, I think $4.5 million previously, and then there's a process that is put out with regard to our statutes with how that money is allocated if there's more than one competing entity for that money. And the SDE is supposed to score the different proposals for the charter schools, and then the outcome of that is the winning school, if you will, that gets the funding. Are you able to comment to that? Because from what I understand, there was a charter school that had the higher score, but a different school was allocated the funding for that.
So the process for charter school, as it is in legislation right now, requires us to your point, we have the RFP process that the department does, and then we make recommendations to our state board. And the state board approval then provides an initial certificate that's provided to the charters, to the applicants. However, they do not become full-fledged charter school until this body legislate the funding for that. So it is in that funding so we share the information with the legislature, and then you determine the funding that goes and the school that the funding would go to.
Yeah, so let me back up here. So the funding is decided, and then the State Department of Education scores the different proposals, and by priority picks or allocates the score, and the top score would, as I understand the statute, would get the funding that was allocated for the charter school. Can you speak to that?
Right. So that is not the process it works in. So just to reiterate, so we go through an RFP process, and then entities are able to apply to that. The
Yes.
next step in that process is our State Board of Education determining if they're going to offer an initial certificate to those applicants. So with that, we then take that information, as we just did recently with 5 schools, and we share them with the legislature. And then the legislature determines who gets the funding based on the fact that the board now has done their job.
Thank you for that answer. That's not how I'm reading it, so I guess I'll have to look for more
Okay.
information. I'm reading it the other way around, where the State Department of Education would make the decision based on the score that they give the charter school. But let me just go on to one other thing that Rep. Zupkis was referring to with regard to bringing in more minority teachers, which I'm very supportive. I wondered, in that case, in the hiring process, does each applicant of all minority, majority, whatever, get a score, and then you're looking for the top educators or the best ones? I mean, I'm wondering if at any point, if we're settling because we're trying to hit a number with regard to minority teachers. I just am looking, obviously we all want quality teachers, right? So if you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
So thank you again. And so as you know, the Department of Education does not hire educators. So all of that happens at the local level at each school district. They make the post, they determine how all that occurs. What we try to do, Representative, is make sure we have a really good pipeline from which the local districts then have folks who are adequately certified that can be applicants for their positions locally. And so as we do this work around making sure we're diversifying our educator workforce and making sure that educators of color, we're trying to make sure that we have a sufficient supply in the pipeline, but the local district actually does the recruitment and the hiring process.
Thank you. That's so helpful. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Poulos.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
I want to get back to your comments about the impact of our votes on these proposed policies and what they do to the daily life of students. I was particularly interested in your numbers about the fewer number of kindergartners in schools. I guess my question for you is, when you are looking at these proposals, to what degree have you consulted the Connecticut Advisory Council for Teacher Professional Standards, the famous Cactopus Committee, which in 2023, we worked hard to change the composition of that committee to make it over 50% educator. And last year, we worked hard to change the charge of that committee to be that it would offer insight. I'm looking at the public act right here, share perspectives on the impact of proposed policies and initiatives on classroom practice with the commissioner and the joint standing committee of the General Assembly. To what degree do you access the perspective of actual classroom practicing teachers that are teaching every day on the impact of policies during this stage of the legislative process?
So great question. And as you know, the stage of this process moves very quickly. Hence the weekend work that the staff does just to be able to respond to get things over to you in time. So I wouldn't say it's oh, here is this particular bill. I mean, in some cases there are. We certainly reach out and talk to others. That's around the association, the Superintendent Association and all that. And so it's not here's the bill specifically, we need to get this over the weekend. So we can do that. However, both groups, as you know, they meet and they provide a report to the state board, and I'm always available to have those conversations with them. As you know, I also meet the Teacher of the Year, roundtable to gather information there as well. But to be fair, when we're over the weekend trying to get a response so we can get testimony written and get that to you, I'm not in real time necessarily having those conversations, but I do value, and I know they come to this body as well, valued their input, and for those on the ground, as we do with our superintendents. And I think it's important that not only, as you're hearing from that body, that we are as well using processes in place to make sure that we're gathering that feedback.
I appreciate how you've reached out. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is how do we become, and we have the constraints of a timeline and a rapidly moving process, but how do we become more proactive than reactive as policymakers, as lawmakers, in terms of getting legislation straight? That's an open-ended question. If you want to answer, great, but just to think about if you don't want to.
That's a great question, because I'm a firm believer that it's not about them without them. And so you need their voices in the space. That's why on Friday, I was with a group of students. So it's not, maybe you should think about your process, not just when you're sitting here doing the drafting process, but what are you doing year round to talk to those who are truly impacted, not only by what you're planning to propose, but by what you've already proposed. And was it that what you thought you were going to get, did it actually occur? And how is it rolling out for implementation on the ground? I think it's a year-long process, Representative, and not just a, pick up the phone and there's this particular bill. That is what I would offer to all of us, is that we spend the time evaluating the impact of our proposals and also to be thinking about what it is that we should be proposing.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Representative Menapace.
Thank you. I just had a quick question about Senate Bill 1392. And I did want to say that, as an educator, I don't know if it's intended for that one, but I know firsthand that no one would ever, who's ever been in a school, would insinuate that standards are being lowered to hire minority teachers. And I think, frankly, that's very insulting. Right. But I did have a question on this one, is that, are you seeing a benefit for this bill for changing up this type of certification for people who have those different experiences? I think it came up in a meeting for this one about people who have those different experiences. We've had pathways to teacher certification through things like paraprofessionals, and through this type of bill, are you hopefully that you are going to see that benefit of experience in different life experiences?
So, Representative, through the certification board, that is exactly what they're charged to do, to work through what are the alternatives. And so with all of those folks around the table, that is exactly what it is that they're working on. And so we really, when we say we're modernizing it, is to be able to understand specifically, are there life experiences? We talk about practice, all of those things. I am just asking you to allow that board the time to do the work necessary so that they can put appropriate alternatives and information, which they've started the work on already.
And just as a follow-up through you, Madam Chair, I just want to say, so are we seeing that for other states, have seen that as being successful? I'm assuming that's why we're doing this, is that we've seen other places that have also done it, or is this something that we're leading on?
It's a part of the work. I mean, the issue of a standards board, a handful of other states do have that construct in place, but a part of what they're also doing is benchmarking what other states are doing. And that is a part of that work that we're giving them time to do.
Through, Madam Chair, just one more. So I guess the other thing I speak to is that as an educator for a long time, I know that it feels for some of us that we've been essentially trying to open up these pathways. And I guess I'm just, I'll say concerned, but I want to make sure that we are, you know, you said finding these new ways to bring in teachers, as you're saying. I also want to make sure that we're not, I suppose it is, I always just get concerned for any of these ones that we are trying to make sure that we're doing this in the best intentions. So I do appreciate everything that you have come in here and spoken about today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone else want to go? Did you want to go before? Representative? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up, I know I mentioned the statute and I just found it. It was 1066 for the charter school law. And it reads, if in any fiscal year more than one new state or local charter school is approved pursuant to section 1066 BB and is awaiting funding pursuant to the provision of this section, the State Board of Education shall determine which school is funded first based on, there's a series of, you know, if you will, benchmarks. That was what I was speaking to, and you said it was the assembly, but that doesn't read that here.
So thank you for your question. And so let me introduce Matt McKeon, who is our legal director, to specifically representative address that piece of the legislation and how it should be interpreted.
Good morning, everyone. This statute actually provides, as Commissioner indicated before, and as a digression, let me just note that there's significant legislative history that supports our interpretation as well. Essentially, it used to be a one-step process. The State Board of Education would issue the certificate of approval and they'd become a charter. But then the legislature some years ago decided to split it into a two-step process. Where, as the Commissioner indicated, applicants submit, they're reviewed by the department, a recommendation is made to the State Board. State Board, if they adopt the recommendation, the charter is given the initial certificate of approval. It then comes to the legislature, and the legislature is solely responsible for funding the charter schools. Now, once the legislature has funded charter schools, they come back to the department, and the statute 10-66EE, which you referenced, Representative, there's a mathematical calculation within the statute that talks about how much charters are going to get pursuant to the number of students they have, so forth and so on. And when those schools that have been approved have gotten funding from the legislature comes back, it's at that point the legislature, the State Board determines, okay, we have this funding, we have to apply these mathematical formulas, and which schools do we apply them to first? So I know that sounds kind of, it's actually almost like a three-step process. We talk about a two-step process, but that's the funding to which it applies. And it's a statute that perhaps could be clearer, so I totally understand where you're coming from. But once again, when one looks at the legislative history and one really looks at the statutory language in conjunction with the different subsections, that is essentially how it works. So the funding that the statute is talking about with respect to the State Board of Education is the funding that has been allocated by this body, the body being the General Assembly.
Thank you for that answer. I'm still confused because I'm looking to see where it's referring to what you said, and it's very clear. So the funding's been determined. The schools are evaluated, or the RFPs are evaluated and scored.
Correct.
And then the SDE decides who's getting the funding. And then you're saying it goes back to the legislature, but I don't see that here. So I'm just wondering what you're referring to here.
I don't have the statute in front of me, but I believe the one of the applicable subsections is subsection B. The other one, I can't remember. I think it might be F or something like that, or it might be K.
It's K.
K, thank you. Well, let me give you an example, Representative. Last time that the charter applicants came through for potential funding, there were 3 charter schools that the legislature was considering. And in floor debate, the legislature expressly stated the funding is going to this school and that school. And that was the funding that was then appropriated for the charters, and it was given, those schools then became charters because they had legislative funding. It then came back to us. Now, in allocating these funds that have been allocated, again, there is a mathematical formula within 1066 CE as to how much money goes to each school. Because not all charters get the same amount. It really comes down to a per student count and other considerations. And it's that calculation, the funding predicated upon that calculation, which is what is then allocated. The legislature gives it to us. We look at the student count and other factors set forth in statute, and we take that money and allocate it to the charters that have been funded by the legislature.
And let me just add to that, that in all those cases, when it comes back to us, it actually names the
Right.
charter school.
So that wasn't true for all 4 schools that came forward. We funded that year. That was 2015. But I'm still confused because I'm not reading the statute like that. And I won't hold up any more time because I'm getting very specific to this. But I look forward to more clarity because it's very clear here who determines the funding allocation. The legislature decides the funding, and then the SDE, the State Department of Education, then scores the schools and then makes the decision. But thank you. I appreciate your feedback on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following, and thank you so much for your testimony and all the detailed written testimony so we can actually get all the details. Following up on Representative Pace's question. So I see in your testimony that the certification board is developing, is part of their charges to develop recommendations as to whether alternative approaches should be offered to allow candidates to demonstrate such minimum content knowledge, which is great. So kind of a 2-part question. One, do you feel the Praxis Bridge, which has only been in effect since October 2024, is the answer? Are you continuing, is the monthly group continuing to look at other alternatives, getting input from other people? Kind of where are you at that point?
So thank you very much. And I'm going to ask what Deputy Commissioner Cynthia Sonis Moyano just to join us because she is the department's representative of the board. And we can share with you, I really have a great PowerPoint deck that we will follow up and share with you on the Praxis Bridge as one of the pathways that is being considered, but not closing off further conversation about moving forward. And I think that's correct, the Deputy Commissioner.
Yes, that is correct. And the certification board is also looking at different alternatives to pathways into to receive certification as well. Specifics, we're not there yet, as we have an ad hoc committee that's working on that, but we are looking at different pathways as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Thanks, Commissioner, for being here and for your whole team. It's lovely to see you. I think the frame you began your testimony with about like what problems are we trying to solve is a really great frame. And I'm sure also, as you know, sometimes it's multiple problems and the solutions don't solve both of them. So I'll go to 7076, mandate relief. In reading your testimony on the kindergarten start age, are you guys recommending we keep the waiver for everybody, that we say there's no waiver for anybody? Because I think this is one of those issues that's challenging. I haven't heard any educators say that enrolling 4-year-olds into our pretty rigorous kindergarten is age developmentally or curricularly appropriate for 4-year-olds, and that the September 1 cutoff is the right thing for students. That butts up against a challenge for families because we don't have a really robust, we're working on it. I think we're making meaningful improvements this year. But but we don't have a really robust universal pre-K, right? So there are families who are going to fall in that gap. There's no doubt about it. So I guess I just am asking, what is your recommendation?
Great question. And well, actually, and the point you're making, I had that conversation on my drive into work this morning, right? About a family that said we had to scrounge to try to figure out how to keep doing an additional year, right? Before going to kindergarten. We recognize the challenge. We hear the feedback from our school districts. We hear the feedback from families. And so, back when, Representative Commissioner Bai and myself had testified at the time that we should try to maybe look at staggering the implementation so that there's more time for families and districts, right, to participate. That's not where we landed. And so we're continuing to say, let's continue to have this conversation to figure out where we are so that the unintended consequences or inequities across the system and across different districts for families and for school districts as well. We did do, not a study, but we collected some data on the impact. And Ajit, maybe you can join us just to share some of what we're learning, because it's a tough one, really. And that's I think it's one worth grappling with, because of the impacts on families and on our school districts that they continue to struggle with. So it's a tough one, Representative, but I think the conversation of make sure we're listening to families and our school districts as well to see where we land is a really important conversation that we continue to have.
Good morning, Ajit Gopalakrishnan, Chief Performance Officer. We basically collected our October enrollment data, and that's where I think the commissioner was able to say that over 4,000 students, kindergartners, we had fewer 4,000 kindergartners. So what we see in the data is that there is variability in how districts are implementing this. So in some cases, we see very few waivers granted, and an increase in pre-K enrollment than we might anticipate, we might expect based on prior year pre-K enrollments. So it seems like what's happening is they're giving fewer waivers and they're serving them through some type of pre-K program. In other cases, that is not happening necessarily. We actually might see a reduction in younger pre-K kids that they otherwise would have accepted and substituting them with kids who didn't get accepted into kindergarten because of the age cutoff or didn't get a waiver or whatever. And in other cases, we see high numbers of waivers granted, again, for whatever reason. So yeah, that's, I think, the variability that the commissioner is referring to, that we see that in the data. We've had informal conversations with a few districts in terms of this, but we haven't conducted a formal study of exactly how they're doing it, but we see it in the data.
You said 4,000 kindergartners, 4,000 kindergartners who received a waiver, 4,000 kindergartners who are 4 years old when they enrolled, or?
It's 4,000 fewer kindergartners than we would anticipate based on birth numbers, and also based on enrollment trends. So, we have about 34,000 odd kindergartners last year, October of 23. And about 9,000 of them are what I would term, well, I won't use the term, I'll say born between September and December, so they wouldn't have turned 5.
Mm-hmm.
And we see little over 4,000 fewer in that bucket. So essentially, we're sort of saying that, so the kindergarten enrollment this year is 30,000 odd. So we would expect to have had a kindergarten enrollment similar to last year based on birth records from 5 years ago, based on DPH birth records. So that's what we're saying, that we have over 4,000 fewer kindergartners. So there were little more than 4,000 who did get waivers and are in our schools. And again, that variability of who was there is different across districts.
Did you say which number were the September 1st to December 31st kiddos?
It's about 9,000 in that bucket, and a little over 4,000 are not in there, not in our schools. So more than, close to again, I don't have the exact numbers, but close to 5,000 of them odd are in our schools, kindergartners.
Via
I'll
a
say for
waiver.
babies. I mean,
Via a waiver?
through some waiver, some
mechanism.
locally implemented waiver, one would expect, because based on their birth date, they were born between September and December and didn't turn 5 by September 1.
I would love to do this like all day with you because I'm interested if 4,500 of those 5,000 are actually September babies rather than December. But regardless, I guess I am going to assert that there is no real assessment for 4-year-olds for their appropriateness for kindergarten, right? And that's what we hear from our districts. No such thing exists. There is not really a meaningful way to assess 4-year-olds. And so it becomes a very sort of ad hoc process, if you will. And as we also know, our communities have varying demand for waivers for lots of different, probably socioeconomic reasons. Also, we're hearing from our districts that the process of having these interviews and sort of creating some, again, ad hoc assessment for 4-year-olds is extremely time consuming. So what we've heard as one of the top asks from our Superintendent's Association is that we allow districts the flexibility to decide whether they want to engage in this process or not engage in this process based on what they know about their community and need for access to this additional year. So I guess that's what we've tried to propose here, but I'm still not clear on whether or not you support that proposal or do not support that proposal.
So we did say in my testimony that we acknowledge that this provides some flexibilities for districts.
Yep.
And so we recognize that. We were just keeping on the table the fact that there's still these issues that we need to continue to grapple with.
Absolutely. I'm really hopeful that what we're doing in the Office of Early Childhood is really leading, and they're doing a great job on this work. I think the governor obviously has a proposal to tackle this, certainly, and expanding care for kids, I hope will also help meet this need so that in another year or two, we won't have to continue to have this conversation. But all right, I think I better understand your perspective. Thank you. Similarly, really tough one. And I see you've come out in opposition and I think it's the purpose of these public hearings is an opportunity to have these conversations because when we made the change to the end of the school year for transition services after the 22nd birthday, what we heard from our districts is if a student turns 22 on July 2nd, because these students are typically extended school year, so 12-month service students, they now are providing basically until the 23rd birthday. And this has been very expensive. So in my district, we had about 10 to 20 students in this bucket. They said they had to allocate another $600,000 for those students that year that we implemented this. A survey was done, which my district did not reply to. And I think it was 90 districts replied $16 million to bridge this gap. So this is very expensive service we're providing above what's required under IDEA. I am not doubting that this would be really impactful on the students and families who are receiving this benefit currently. But I think this is the opportunity for us to have the conversation and also to be looking at our adult providers and how we can help shore up that they are able to better meet the need to receive these individuals. But anyways, I welcome your response.
Thank you. And I'll just say before Brian speaks, this is the level of discourse that I appreciate because there are no sometimes easy, simple answers. And what may work for one group may work counterproductive to the other, which is what we're talking about. And so Brian can share it. I think the essence is we're going back and forth. You've done this and then another year you've changed it and then you're changing it back. Which is challenging, as you know, if you're in a district or families, as we're just addressing these issues. So,
thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone. Brian Klimkowitz, Special Ed Division Director. Oh, is it morning? It is a Monday. Good morning. Yeah, so as the Commissioner mentioned, there has been sort of several adjustments that have taken place over a short period of time, so we're concerned about that. Originally, before the Judge Height decision in 2021, in our state, our maximum age was through the end of the school year in which students turned 21. The reason, and then there was the ruling that came through the Second Circuit Court, where the interpretation of the IDA was the young adult's 22nd birthday. So at that point in time, the entire state underwent an adjustment, and we had students who were aging out of public schools at any point in time over the course of the school year. As you can imagine, that was very challenging for families and young adults because many of the post-secondary ed programs don't start until the summer or the fall of that following year. So we may have a student who ages out in January, for example, when they turn 22, and then have to wait February, March, April, all the way until the end with a gap in services. It also disrupted some placements for students with significant cognitive impairments that would have had, for example, residential support in those contexts. So DDS, Department of Developmental Services at that time, adjusted their funding mechanisms to be able to support students all throughout the year, again, which was challenging. The reason it was changed back, I believe, through the legislation to the end of the school year when students turned 22 was for that continuity for our young adults and the best and smooth transition for them as they enter those adult programs and entities and agencies around post-secondary education, employment, and independent living. There's no question that it was an impact on districts fiscally because they've had to extend. You gave a great example. If that student turned 22 on July 2nd, that's an entire year of services where the district otherwise would not be implementing. But the reason for that is for the continuity for the young adults and the families as they transition in. And so we're concerned with several changes over a short period of time, but also want to make sure that the continuity is there for our young adults.
I appreciate all that. And I know that these are really difficult conversations to have, right? Because these are people's lives and these are our most vulnerable young people's lives. I guess I struggle to see how that, like, the July 2nd case is a continuity issue, right, for that family, because that's a case really where the timeline actually would work out really perfectly for that handoff after that school year. And so I think that's part of the frustration. I think there's also my understanding was a lot of the transition programs are not really school calendar based, they're 12-month based. And so certainly for the students who are going to go to a higher ed placement, which is incredible, that timeline is a little different. But for a lot of those programs, I thought they were more community-based programs, which are 12 months. So the the calendar is a little different, that if it were mid-year, the other programs could receive them. And I guess you don't really have to respond to that, but I guess, unless you want to, you're welcome to. I was going to say also, we did require in 2023, where we made this change, much more robust transition support, right? So beginning at age, I think 16 in your PPT, you have to start the planning process. We have transition coordinators now. They have to help families know what programs are available, and even with the application process in advance of that handoff. I think all recognizing this has for a very long time been a bumpy, to put it nicely, probably if you're living this, transition, right, out of the public system, which the public system through 21, which is quite robust, to, the adult service programs that are certainly different. And I think we're still seeing those pieces of that legislation and the model kind of get its footing, because really it's quite new, about 1 year of implementation, correct? You're welcome to respond. You don't have to, but I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation. I know it's a really difficult one. I have one other question, if it's okay. I appreciate the feedback on the teacher certification, just to provide a little sort of transparency into why we are having a conversation such as this. On our first meeting, we raised the concept to talk about teacher certification in expectation for the commission's recommendations that we were required to be presented to us on January 31st. And so I think that's sort of the gap, in that folks didn't request these recommendations. I think they are here to continue to have the conversation. And I guess I would say we talk about now for years that we have a teacher shortage crisis. And these might not be what folks want, but what do we want? What could we have done? Is there one thing this commission could have agreed on that would have been a step in a positive direction for this legislative session? I just hate to see a whole year go by without implementing even something that could help address the teacher shortage crisis from a certification standpoint. So that's all. And I think I'll leave it there. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you. So let me start my comments by first saying, Commissioner, I appreciate your comments in regards to SB 1392, certification conversation. The question was asked, what problem I think you made a comment, what problem we're trying to solve. So in my opinion, there's a number of things we're trying to solve in the area of education, especially when it comes to certification. The bigger issue I'm looking at is one of the things we're trying to solve is we're trying to recruit more educators into a field of education where we're losing individuals who have no interest in going to the field of education. So we're trying to attract more people into the field of education. And we also, at the end of the day, would like to see better student outcomes when we have more educators, qualified educators in our field. And I'm gonna use that word again, qualified. There's nothing in this piece of legislation that reduces standards. I'm gonna say it again and slowly. There's nothing in this piece of legislation that reduces standards for anyone, whether it's minority, white, black, and we are not looking, this piece of legislation does not reduce standards, okay? Let me give us some context to how we got here. In 1986, Connecticut passed teacher enhancement law, which increased salaries and uplifted the field of education, the profession of education. And when we did that in 1986, a couple of things we also passed. We said that we're going to provide, yes, enhance the salaries, but we also going to make educators take a test in order to get certified. Prior to 1986, that never happened in the state of Connecticut. You went to school for 4 years, you interviewed for a position at a school system, the administrator evaluated you, they kept you, and it went on. Prior to 86, when we uplifted the teaching profession in 86, we said, you got to take a test now. And if anyone knows the history of testing civil service exams in this country and why they were there and who were there to protect and who were there to leave out, I will ask you to go do your homework on that, right? So we also said in 86 that we're going to start testing our students academically and see how they are progressing through our public school systems. So just the last public hearing we had, there was conversation of us reducing testing because the testing already tell us what we already know. That's why we want to eliminate all these unnecessary tests because they already tell us what we already know. The same thing is happening here with teacher certification. We know that in this state, you have to pass a test, which is crazy because you know, and I know, and any educator know, there is no link between passing a test and student outcomes. There's no link whatsoever. But we do know history, research in this country, in the state, that all children learn better when they're taught by a diverse population of educators. Everyone knows that. So what we're trying to do with this piece of legislation and what we've been trying to do for the last 20 years since I've been here, and I've been an educator for 33 years. I'm not talking to you specifically. I'm saying in general, I'm looking at you, but this is for everyone to understand what we're trying to do here. For 33 years, I've been an educator. For 33 years, there's not one teacher that came through my classroom or any classroom I know that because they passed an assessment that was created by a machine that said they're good enough to be a teacher, that my students are going to do better. What we're trying to do here is provide educators, potential educators, to demonstrate mastery multiple different ways. There are many different ways you can demonstrate mastery. I give you a basic example. If you're reading a book, and after you read a book, the educator wants you to demonstrate that you learned something from the book. There are multiple ways you could demonstrate mastery. You could write a poem, you could write a skit, you could write an essay, might do a stage play, you might make a song. There are many ways to demonstrate mastery, right? That makes common sense. That makes very simple because everyone has a different way of demonstrating how they master something. Unfortunately, in the state of Connecticut, the only way you can demonstrate that you can master, that you can become a teacher, is you pass this simple test that was created back in 1986 that has no reflection on how a child can learn. So what we want to do is provide multiple ways of demonstrating mastery. Me as an educator, I'm not interested in if you come into and applying for a job in my school and you tell me you passed this test and now you should be a great teacher. No, I want to see you demonstrate mastery. I want to see you go into a classroom and work with a child. I want to see how you operate with a parent. I want to see if you're going to stay after school and put some extra hours in. I want to see if you can relate to the children in the communities in which you live. That's how you demonstrate mastery. But unfortunately, so many people are not getting the opportunity to demonstrate mastery because what we're doing in the state of Connecticut say, you got to check this box. And if you check this box, you should be qualified to educate in the state of Connecticut. What we're trying to do is prepare young people who will come into this field, make sure they have the background knowledge, the ability to uplift and demonstrate the intangibles they may have to be a qualified educator in the state of Connecticut. That's what we're trying to do here. And we've been trying to do it. I've been trying to do it for 20 years. And unfortunately, we do have a committee that was put together to come back and give us some recommendations. They did not do that. What I'm not going to do any further is continue to kick the can down the road and not do things that we know that works. So that's why this piece of legislation is here. And I wish I would have had your testimony ahead of time, then I would be more prepared to educate and explain to everyone why this is here before us. You don't have to comment on that. Does anyone else have to, unless you would like to, any others want to have any questions? Again, we are here to make sure the individuals who come into our classroom to educate our children have the mastery skill sets to prepare our children for a 21st century environment. And with that, I believe it is also will enhance and provide opportunity for more men to come into our field of education and more people of color if we remove the barriers that have been placed in the way since 1986. Now end on that.
And Senator, I just would like to add, that under my leadership at the department, that's when the council got created, and that's when the board got put in place. So I am pleased for the short period of being there and the work we've done, although people have talked about this for years.
That's great. And I'm glad they're doing the work. And a number of people have been sitting around in this committee for a number of years doing the work. What I'm saying is I appreciate this bill can still pass and that work can still continue at the same time. Two things can happen at the same time. I think that's what we're looking to do. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on similar, I'm new to this committee. Your 4 points at the beginning for legislators, I wrote them down. I'd heard a version a couple of years ago, but misplaced it. So I consider myself educated. I'm going to keep it in my desk in the chamber and ask that question on the floor. Related to SB 1392 that the chair was speaking of. So we have a teacher shortage. I know that one of the most acute areas is math and science. This, in your testimony, I'm not sure what this task force is. I think in your written testimony, it was the Connecticut Educator Preparation and Certification Board. So how and when will they impact the teacher shortage, especially of math and science?
So in general, Representative, what they're doing right now is looking at creating pathways, alternate pathways, as the senator just talked about. So those are all the things that they're looking at. We continue to recruit. We continue to start at the very beginning level, the interest of students getting into the teaching. So it's what's going on here for those who may be out there, graduate and want to get into teaching, but you've got to get started earlier. So we're not leaving that just to the standard boards to do. It's work that we're all doing with our higher ed institutions. It's work this body has done in terms of scholarships for students who want to go into teaching. So it's not a one size fits all and the standard boards is the answer to everything. They're a key answer to the fact of what it is that we've charged them to do. So that's a part of the process, and so happy to keep you informed as we continue to do on a monthly basis in a newsletter to legislators to let you know the impact of all the initiatives that we're working on so you can know how we're making progress in all these areas. But the issue of evaluation for teachers and the issue of certification, they travel together, and that's work that is actively occurring to make sure that we can really modernize and expand our teaching force in the state. I would say educator force within the state.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. The way I read the legislation that created this board is the first report's not due to January 1st, 2026. This bill, if I understand it correctly, could impact this fall. And students, we could get more teachers in the fields where we're short. So echoing on what the chair said, could not this bill work in parallel with that board? And just one quick observation, anecdotal. I have a close friend who retired as an engineer and was hired to teach in a public school in Springfield. And it worked out very well for him and the students. And I think they're thriving and he's enjoying it and he started a new career. But so could not this bill work in parallel with the Connecticut Educator Preparation Certification Board to tweak it? Thank you, Commissioner.
So thank you very much. And I'm not sure what tweak it means at this point, but I should also bring your attention to a requirement in this bill for the department to have a review panel and to have portfolio review. And what does this mean for, number one, capacity? And is that working in conjunction with the standards boards who's still working on that? I'm encouraging you all to really take a look at what it is specifically that's in this bill and what is been asked to do. So is it a review panel and portfolio review working in conjunction with the certification board? And oh, by the way, the State Board of Education also has a place in this, in the certification process. So I am asking folks to go back thoughtfully and take a look at what is required here as outlined in this legislation.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just think that old cliche, the perfect is the enemy of the good. And, we don't want to lose another year, but thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Wieland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I just wanted to thank you for your, I just want to say that I really do also appreciate the conversation that we're having and the back and forth. This is the kind of discourse that does lead to improvements in such an important field. I wanted to also just thank you for your support of not changing the transition age for students who are aging out at 22. This is something I was not really prepared for, the number of families that contacted me over the weekend, so concerned about what their kids would be able to have access to if this changed, because they would turn 22 in the middle of the school year, and by their own words shared that they had an already difficult time with transitions and changes, and to do so without getting to go to the completion of their graduation and sort of the arc of the school year would be really, really hard. So I just wanted to thank the department for that. Do you see any balance, a way that we could move forward though, in terms of the cost? Like what do you think that, I know it's, is there anything that we could potentially work towards to still support our students, but also be really mindful of the cost to our districts?
That is such a great question, Representative, and we grapple with that, as you know, all the time. We recognize the challenges around cost in this space. I'm known to be saying that for special education, we should also be advocating federally for more resources there. This is 50 years of the IDEA Act, and so we should be asking them to step in as well, so we continue to have that conversation. We'll continue to explore, within our organization, whether there's any other solutions that we can think about. But as you know, fiscally, it certainly is a challenge.
Thank you for that. And I will also echo, as a member of the Select Committee on Special Education, the fact that we should be getting 40% of these funds from the federal government and we get maybe 7%. That's a huge gap in funding that should not be falling on our districts and our taxpayers. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Commissioner.
So thank you, Senator. And let me just go back to one thing that if it was not clear and you said it, so many times when we talk about diversifying our workforce and looking at educators of color, we immediately talk about lowering standards. And that is something that I just want to be on the record to say that, what is the purpose of saying that by automatically saying if we add folks of color to our teaching force, or somehow we're going to lower standards to do that. And so we need to be cautious and really examine our own perspective as to why we go in that direction at all times. And so I just really want to leave that in the space as well. But I appreciate the conversation today. It is this kind of conversation that we should be having. And I'm open for more behind the scenes and whatever, because the numbers of students and educators that we impact in our system by one change, it's worth all of us thinking about our own accountability for the work that we do. So I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. And again, I think you've done, like you said, we've done a great deal of work over the last 4 or 5 years to improve the number of teachers in our state of Connecticut. We've been doing an outstanding job because we committed to it and we know it works. This is another continuation of what we already been doing that we know makes a huge impact on children. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you very much. Up next,
Thank you.
we have Kristen Gia from the Office of Child Advocate, followed by Lon Seidman from the Essex Board of Education. Uh-oh, Kristen, you only gonna get 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, and other members of the Education Committee. My name is Christina Gio. I'm the acting child advocate from the State Office of the Child Advocate. I'm here today to offer testimony on Raised Bill 7076, an act concerning education mandate relief. And we are testifying on sections 1 to 8. 1 being the kindergarten language that the commissioner just answered questions about, that essentially changes the law that was changed last year to make the waiver provision, essentially, as I read it, optional for each district. We have some reservations about this, and some of those reservations were talked about with the commissioner and the committee earlier. We have concerns about the waiver process creating inequities, both between districts, right? The well-resourced districts may be more likely to utilize and allow waivers than the under-resourced districts, and also within districts. The waiver itself, as Representative Leeper talked about earlier, there really isn't a sort of consistent assessment that is used, and developmentally appropriate is somewhat vague. And so we worry about the impact of having that kind of waiver. I think we have more questions than answers on this, and I think it's something worth kind of stepping back on and really thinking about what the impact may be and what the best route forward is. With regard to sections 2 to 8, OCA is opposed to that change. Right now, as you know, children are eligible to remain in special education services until the end of the school year in which they turn 22. And we are concerned with this change that makes that cutoff the 22nd birthday for a couple of reasons. One, the children who are remaining in school until whatever that exit date is, whether it's the 22nd birthday or the end of the school year in which they turn 22, they are really our most needy students. They are often children with intellectual disability, children with autism, and other very significant disabilities. And if I may, I just want to give an example of one of our concerns, which is not everybody's going to age out into an adult service system. Kids with intellectual disability may age out into the Department of Developmental Services and receive services. But take, for example, a child whose IQ is 72, just above the cutoff for DDS eligibility, right? They may have the same kind of adaptive living skills as a child who is eligible for DDS, but they are not going to be eligible for those DDS services. And they're going to fall off a cliff essentially when they leave school. And so as Representative Leeper said, there's, schools are concerned about the child who turns 22 on July 2nd. I'm concerned about the child who turns 22 on September 10th and then loses a full year of school and doesn't have an adult system to transition to. So I will stop there, give the committee an opportunity to ask questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. And again, want to recognize this is a really tough one to talk about. And ideally, we would have a system that provided the services that every child need and every adult, young adult, older adult needed to the continuum of their life, 100%. I think what we're hearing from our districts and trying to have the conversation around today is that IDEA requires our school systems to fund those services through the 21st birthday. And that was the change that was made. It used to be students graduated out of these services at the end of the school year after they turned 21. So we could have had somebody turn 21 May 31st and lose essentially a full year of services compared to somebody who had a birthday earlier in the year. So that fix is represented in the proposal here. I think when that proposal, and I don't want to mischaracterize intentions of the change that was made in 2023, but I think it was to, okay, let's keep and make sure we're not kicking kids out in the traditional calendar year. But as you said, a lot of these students are extended school year, 12-month students. So their school year includes all those summer months. And our districts are now funding a whole additional year practically through the 23rd birthday in some cases for these students. And that's beyond what IDEA requires them to do. And ideally, we would have another system ready to pick up these students for the next phase of their life and the supports that accompany that phase. So I think that's the intention of the conversation, and bringing in DDS and the other providers and figuring out for the students and the young adults who don't have something waiting for them on the other side, what should be waiting, what could be there, what's that system? Because this is I think part of the conversation we're having broadly, and again, I'm not on the select committee and I don't want to characterize their work, but is that we're hearing from districts that the balance is getting a little out of kilter for them and they're struggling to make it all work. And so we're having lots of difficult conversations this session, and we will continue. And I suspect those will probably get more difficult as we go. So I am not insensitive to the real life impact this would have, something like this would have on students, but I hope we also will bring in those other providers to talk about what are you doing to better be ready to have a more seamless transition for our young adults. And I think you started your testimony actually talking about the kindergarten start age. So could you tell me, are you in support of a waiver or no waiver?
I don't have a yes or no on that, to be honest with you. I think that I can understand the value of a waiver, that there may be some kids who really should be starting kindergarten. We want to allow those kids to do that. On the other hand, I worry that a waiver is an opportunity for creating inequity, right? That there is no uniform assessment. There is no uniform rule, really. It's kind of vague and nebulous, right? And so who gets in and who doesn't get in? That's what I worry about. And so that weighs heavily, I think, on us as an office, that we don't want to do things in policy that exacerbate the inequities that already exist. And with the option, sort of district by district option, I worry that on a larger scale, right? And so we have really significant reservations about the individual waiver and about allowing districts to sort of select whether or not they do that. If that makes sense.
Sure. I guess I think the original proposal had no waiver. I think we got here via compromise. And so I think we're trying to be responsive to our districts who are trying to level that playing field, at least within their district where they have the purview.
Right.
If we can't do that for everybody here. And I think without a pretty forceful advocacy push that there should not be a waiver, it's difficult to say that our districts can't then at least make that decision for their own children that they're responsible to educate and level that playing field for their students. And I think we also all know you could have a 4-year-old going into kindergarten prior to this rule change and like a 7-year-old practically. So my kiddo is in with kids who are over a year older than him, and he's not even a fall baby. He's an end of June baby, and he's one of the youngest in his class.
Right.
So I think part of the September 1 push was also to stop more redshirting, which is one of the things that is also an equity issue
Yes.
that we see disproportionately across the state. And I get just as many calls in my district that we should not allow that because it's changing the makeup of those grades big time. And also, I would say even like the developmental expectations for our students when you have a huge portion. We could talk about that, I'm sure, longer than is necessary for this. But all right. I appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you.
Did you want to?
No.
Thanks for your time today, Christina. I
Thank
think
you.
the conversation will continue for
Yep.
sure. Next, we have Lon Seidman.
Good morning. Good to see you all in person. I'm usually a box on your screen. So, Representative Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper and members of the committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Lon Seidman. I am the chairman of the Essex Board of Education, a member of the Region 4 Board of Education. And for the topic I'm going to speak about today, I'm also a reluctant chairman of an emergency building committee that just did a mold and HVAC remediation thing. So I have some experience with reimbursement and dealing with DAS. So I'm happy to answer your questions on that. So I am testifying today in support of SB 1393. We've been talking a lot about special education this session and some of the ways that we can encourage districts to start doing more things together. And I think having a 15% reimbursement bonus for constructing facilities, presumably that could be done in an inter-district manner where you have multiple school districts collaborating, I think can go a long way to helping some of our issues here. We have a multiple billion-dollar cost each year, most of it on the backs of municipalities for special education, which is an important program that does a lot of good for the state. And every little bit of things that we do to improve that situation, I think will result in major savings and also be better for kids if we can keep them in their home district. We've worked very hard in my district to keep kids at our schools and in the least restrictive environment. We do run into situations where children cannot be serviced in our district and we very reluctantly outplace them. But there are issues where we have maybe a like need in neighboring communities that we might be able to collaborate on, but we don't have the facility space to do that. One thing I want to add, though, is that many school districts like mine who are looking to collaborate interdistrictly often deal with the issue of space standards. So if you have two neighboring districts that have a need to maybe do something together, there's a good chance that all the buildings they have in their district might be too large. And currently we have space standards in place that restrict how much space for each student you have, even into special education environments. And I fear that there are situations where school districts would not be eligible for the baseline grant, let alone the bonus, because their existing facilities are too big. So I think looking at space standards related to this, especially if you have an interdistrict collaboration, I think would be really helpful, maybe waiving them or approaching them differently, because that's a major impediment. In my current building project, when we were looking at the mold in the building, our architect suggested actually bulldozing a quarter of the building away so that we could meet the space standard. And it was odd because we would probably get reimbursement for bulldozing the building or a portion of it, but not actually keeping the building intact, which defies logic. I think you'd want to have your existing facilities stay in place. And with that, I'll leave it to you for questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Again, thank you for your support of 1393. The idea is to collaborate and find ways to collaborate with school districts that are near you that are struggling with some of the same issues. This is especially in our area of special education. That's why this piece of legislation before you. Any questions from my colleague? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, we have Steve from Putnam, Rio, and followed by Matt Conway, followed by Callie Taylor.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I appreciate the time to speak to the Education Committee. I am calling in support of House Bill 7076, particularly to Representative Leeper. The short answer is no waiver. Many of the districts in my area have a very high transient rate. So when the opportunities for one district, a student may qualify for kindergarten, and then when it comes to the other district, the rules might be slightly different. I think the reality is it is a cost factor for families. When I was a young teacher, my children were in preschool. My son was a November baby, and more than qualified to tackle kindergarten academically. But we knew social emotionally he was going to struggle, and he was a silly kid, great kid, but he definitely struggled there. And it continued all through first and second and third grade. You know, one of the things when I was an assistant principal at an elementary level, those children stood out when it came to even local assessments, writing prompts, behaviors in the classrooms, and things of that nature. And those children also always came up into conversations around retention. So it's a constant struggle, I think, when we kind of think about this issue from a financial lens for families. But I think it's the right decision to start on September when they're age 5. When I looked at our local data in grades 3, 4, and 5 on state assessments, 1 in 4 children had a birthday in the fall area. And again, our district struggles with state assessments. But when we looked at that 25% of our student population, 3 in 4 did not pass the math assessment. And when we looked at grade 5, it was actually 5 and 6 did not pass that math assessment. So having an assessment when they're 4 really is not the issue. It's more about their social emotional development and how that's going to impact them as they get older and try to tackle some of these areas. The other thing I'd like to talk about real quick is to restore the age of 21 when it comes to the special education. You know, the impact is significant on a district, and I appreciate the conversations that we're having here today and understand the sensitivity of this. We are talking about families, but I think when there's 2 different conversations, right? There's a conversation about the quality of special education and all the supports that we can provide, but there's also that conversation we have to have about the finances. So when the change was made for our community, we had one student who was in a September birthday. So that student's annual tuition is over $300,000. So we had budgeted for just that 1 month. And then when the law changed, we were not only responsible for the full year of that current year, but we also were now responsible for the next year. So that impact for the taxpayers was over $500,000. And with excess costs lowering each year, it's just an unsustainable model that impacts a lot of families.
Please summarize.
So with those areas, you know, there was I'd like to just kind of thank everyone for their time and listening to my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Again, thank you again, Steve, for your testimony. Next up, Matt Conway, followed by Callie Taylor, followed by Skylar Urbina. So Matt Conway. Matt Conway? No? Okay. Callie Taylor. Hit your button. Right in front of you. There you go.
Distinguished members of the Education Committee, my name is Callie Taylor from Newtown, and I'm a co-chair of Junior Newtown Action Alliance, as well as a junior at Newtown High School. I'm here to testify in support of HB 7077, an act concerning crisis response drills. As a current high school student, I recognize the importance of reevaluating the procedures of school safety drills. This bill provides us with a valuable opportunity to do just that. From my personal experience, I have found that some of these drills can be particularly traumatic. While I can't speak for everyone, I've seen how these drills affect most students. I formed my perspective at a very young age. My mother was a teacher who survived the Sandy Hook school shooting, and as a result, my entire family became hyper aware of the potential for similar tragedies. I was only 4 years old at the time, but the impact it had on my mother stayed with me. When I entered elementary school, I was introduced to the concept of school safety drills. It was a new and difficult idea for me to grasp. In my 5-year-old mind, being placed on lockdown meant there was an active shooter outside of the classroom ready to harm us. My teacher recognized how anxious these drills made me and had a conversation with my parents. From then on, I was notified before each drill, and my teachers would reassure me that it was just a safety procedure and not an actual threat. While this certainly alleviated some of my immediate fears, something still didn't sit right with me. To this day, I associate these safety drills with negative memories. From my experience as a student, these drills often do more harm than good. In the middle of drills, I'm so consumed with my fear that I can't even focus on the safety protocols. The overwhelming thoughts cloud my ability to remember evacuation routes or take in the necessary details when it matters most. From my point of view, our current procedures are preparing us for the worst case scenario, and they often result in nothing more than trauma for students. The drills have been so normalized that so many students are desensitized to the concept completely. Sitting in the dark corner of a classroom preparing for an active shooter to roam the halls doesn't offer much beyond a sense of inevitability. Worse yet, the way the drills are set up inadvertently create vulnerabilities. In fact, according to the U.S. Government Accountability Office, half of school shootings in this country are committed by current or former students. These shooters are familiar with the drills, which in a sense ultimately defeats their purpose. There's a far more effective way to ensure student safety without re-traumatizing us. I'm not alone in feeling this way. In lockdown drills especially, there's a palpable sense of panic in the room. As per protocol, the class falls silent and we exchange anxious glances, waiting for confirmation that we will walk out of the classroom unharmed. These 2 minutes feel like an eternity. I hold my breath until I hear the announcement over the loudspeaker that the drill is over and we can return to the lesson. During those 2 minutes, I mentally play through all the possibilities. A shooter could walk through the door, putting everyone's lives at risk. This sense of dread could be minimized or even eliminated by the introduction of this bill. It would allow safety drills and procedures to be handled by first responders and teachers, which would be a more effective approach, one that takes student well-being into account. I would like to express my gratitude to the Education Committee for introducing this bill, and I would encourage you to make trauma-sensitive adjustments to the safety protocols. I'd like to thank the committee for your time in considering my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. And again, thank you for your resiliency, what you experienced as a child and what you continue to experience. And I'm just glad that all the stakeholders was able to come together and put forth a piece of legislation that everybody can rally around. So I thank you for supporting this piece of legislation also. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Skylar.
Distinguished members of the Education Committee, my name is Skylar Urbina from Sandy Hook. I'm a sophomore at Newtown High School and a member of the Junior Newtown Action Alliance. I am here today to urge you to support and pass HB 7077, an act concerning crisis response drills. Since the young age of 3, I have been forced to deal with an unimaginable amount of loss in my life, especially the loss of my childhood best friend, Benjamin Wheeler. Growing up in the time that I did, I was forced to go through these active shooter drills every year. Each time we do these drills, my fear of a tragedy occurring at my school increases. These thoughts don't go away when the drill ends, but they keep going through all of our minds every single day. Instead of focusing on my education, my fear is overcoming me, and I am thinking of what I would do if a shooter came into my school, into my classroom, and how I would escape. I am not the only one thinking this. I've spoken to many of my classmates, and many of them share the exact same thoughts as I am. This is not something a kid my age or of any age should be thinking. We should be having fun with our friends and learning, not about thinking what we should do if we're in a position like my friend was. This bill is calling for a better approach to these drills. It is traumatizing for a student to have to go through these drills and have it put into our brains constantly that these are possibilities. These thoughts stay inside of our brains forever. The way these drills are currently designed, they feel like a reminder of what could happen to us at any moment. This is not preparing us. This is creating fear and anxiety that we will continue to carry with us. We are not just scared during the drills, but all of the time we are in school. Instead, with a new approach, they can allow us to feel safer and actually more prepared, instead of increasingly anxious. Additionally, letting us know that a drill is going to happen ahead of time will be incredibly helpful. Instead of suddenly hearing the announcement that we're going into a lockdown mode and your heart dropping, not knowing what is going on, giving us a heads up will allow us time to mentally prepare ourselves so we are not so taken aback by this. Overall, the way that the drills are currently designed hurts the students more than it helps them because it is creating more fear and anxiety upon what they already have. Overall, everyone should support this bill because no student should have to sit in class fearing for their life and having thoughts go through their head that are not certain of if they will be able to make it home safely at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. You did an outstanding job. Again, 7070 piece of legislation, we all came together to try to work through this crisis intervention drills for young people like yourself. Any questions, comments? Yes, Representative Pace.
Skylar, I really wanted to thank you and Kelly and any parents who come in and testify this. I'm a teacher, and I know that, to be honest, like it's a very tough time for us as well. When we're trying to administer this. We're often not told for this one, and I've seen it for last 10 years on students' faces when you try and do this drill. And I really appreciate you coming and talking to everyone here about what you're experiencing firsthand. It is very brave of you, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Rep. Welander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just wanted to say thank you. I know it couldn't have been easy to share these experiences with us and open yourself up in that vulnerable way. For me, it's so incredibly hard to hear as the parent of an 8th, 10th, and 12th grader. And just as a parent, you hope that your kids aren't going to be impacted by something that provides a lasting trauma or something that just, affects them for the rest of their life in any way. And the fact that we have been doing these drills in order to try desperately to keep our kids safe, but have instead been adding to it is heartbreaking. So I just thank you so much for coming out today and sharing that. And I hope that we can do better for younger kids. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none. Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Green Achievement, Callie, Skylar Urban. Skylar? Well, Skylar just went. I'm sorry. Milani Paca from the Connecticut Against Guns, followed by Mona Thomas, followed by Kate McCoy.
Distinguished members of the Education Committee, my name is Malini Parikh. I live in Guilford, and I am the president of the Connecticut Against Gun Violence Youth Council. I am testifying in support of HB 7077, an act concerning crisis response drills. Every day when I walk into school, a fear lingers in the back of my mind. Every time I see someone I don't recognize in the buildings, I feel a pang of anxiety. Every morning before stepping out of my parents' car, I say I love you, because what if it's the last time I ever get to say it? This fear exists because school shootings continue to happen. But instead of easing our fears about active shooters, active assailant simulations on school campuses further perpetuate this fear. I refuse to let future generations endure this distorted sense of fear without the important changes that this legislation would mandate. School is no longer just a place where students learn, but a place where students practice hiding in a corner with the lights off, staying still and silent, preparing for the possibility of an unthinkable tragedy. When I hear the alarm, there's always a split second of terror. Is this time real? There's no evidence to show that active shooter drills save lives. What we do know is that they make us even more afraid. A study from Georgia Tech found that active shooter drills are associated with a 42% increase in anxiety and stress and a 39% increase in depression among children from as young as 5 years old to high schoolers to their parents and teachers. Young children in particular struggle to distinguish between reality and drills, resulting in significant psychological harm. It's important that we are aware and mindful that the pressure, surprise element, and intensity of these drills can especially affect children that have experienced prior trauma in their lives, thus compounding the impact upon already vulnerable youth. Without proper measures, these drills can do more harm than good. I stand before you to ask that HB 7077 be passed to ensure that drills are trauma-informed and prioritize both physical and psychological safety and eliminate harmful active assailant simulations. HB 7077 mandates that schools provide age-appropriate education and training before these drills to reduce the potential for emotional distress. We need to stop blindsiding students with active assailant simulations and instead provide them and their parents ample notice to mentally prepare for such events. Additionally, age-appropriate education regarding the nature and reason for such a drill would go a long way to allow children to feel safe and, importantly, provide an opportunity for students to voice their fears and concerns. A single school shooting is one too many, and it's the reason why, as a 16-year-old and president of the CAGV Youth Council, I dedicate my time outside of school to putting an end to gun violence in our state. We, as students who have participated in such drills, can attest firsthand to its detrimental effect on our mental well-being. We, as students, are asking you to listen to us when we tell you that a more thoughtful approach to a safety that keeps student psychological health as a priority is critical. Mass shootings represent less than 1% of overall school gun violence incidents. Thus, active shooter drills focus on an extremely unlikely scenario, and without the proper safeguards, creates an unnecessary level of fear that's disproportionate to actual risk and results in additional trauma to students forced to participate. Drills should reflect this reality and help students feel secure rather than reinforcing a culture of this fear. We deserve to feel safe, but safety drills should not cause terror. HB 7077 ensures that the preparedness does not come at the cost of our mental well-being. I urge you to pass this bill and take this necessary step towards a more thoughtful, evidence-based approach to crisis response in schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative.
Thank you for your testimony, and really thank you to all of the young people, the students who have come in today. Like Representative Menapace, I'm also a high school teacher, and I've been through these drills myself. And every time we talk about this topic here, it resonates with me because I've seen the look on my students' faces. I've felt those fears too, not knowing at times when things are a drill or they could be potentially real. I think you've highlighted a good point about making sure that we're addressing things like mental health, because that might actually go farther to address the issue of gun violence. And if we actually want to be serious about that, because all the studies, there is no real hard evidence that supports the idea that these drills are making us any safer. Look no further than Parkland, Uvalde, the reactions even of the law enforcement who arrived to address the situation. Until we're in it for real, we don't know how we're going to react, no matter how much we practice. So making sure that we're not causing the extra undue burden and trauma on people and addressing those real mental health needs might actually do more of what we're looking for than the drills would do. So thank you for your courage and your willingness to come up here and speak today. And hopefully we can do right by students and educators in the state and fix this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Mona Thomas.
Hello?
Yes, Mona. I
Thank
can hear you, but I can't see you.
Can't see me. Okay, hold on. There we go.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Education Committee. My name is Mona Thomas. I'm a resident of Fairfield, Connecticut, and I'm the parent of 3 children who have gone through the Fairfield public school system. I'm here to support Connecticut House Bill 7075, which provides for the inclusion of Islamic and Arabic studies in our education system. Providing this education is a crucial step towards fostering understanding, inclusivity, and respect in our schools. And it's not only beneficial, but necessary in our diverse society. We live in a country founded on the principles of freedom, dignity, diversity, and mutual respect. Yet many of our students, particularly those who are Muslim or of Arab heritage, face bullying, discrimination, and Islamophobia, not because of who they are, but because of what others do not understand about them. Ignorance breeds fear, and fear breeds division. The best way to break this cycle is through education. By incorporating Islamic and Arabic materials into our curriculum, we will provide all students with an opportunity to learn about one of the world's largest religions and one of its most widely spoken languages. When students learn about Islam and Arabic language and culture, they are less likely to fall into harmful stereotypes and more likely to build meaningful relationships across cultural and religious lines. This initiative is not without precedent. Schools across the country already teach about Christianity and Judaism and world religions as part of their history and social studies courses. Expanding this to include lessons on Islam and Arabic culture only ensures that our education system reflects the realities of our diverse society. Just imagine the impact this could have on a young Muslim or Arab student who no longer feels isolated or misunderstood. Imagine the friendships that can form when students learn about each other's backgrounds in an informed and respectful way. Imagine a future where acceptance replaces fear and understanding replaces ignorance. Bill 7075 is a step toward that future. It is a step toward a more informed, tolerant, and united generation. I urge you to support this bill and ensure that our schools are places of learning, not just in math and science, but in culture, respect, and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and your advocacy. Any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you, Mona, for your testimony.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yes. Next up, Kate McCoy, followed by Sherman Udin and Sohair Omar. Kate? No, Kate? All right, let me go back to number 5. We missed Matt Conway.
Thank you, Senator. And we are still, good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, and distinguished members of this Education Committee. My name is Matt Conway. I'm here as Superintendent for Derby Public Schools in the great city of Derby, as well as co-chair of the CAPS Legislative Committee. And while I've submitted written testimony on multiple bills before you today, I'm here today to express my strong support for HB 7076, an act providing mandate relief, education mandate relief. And the provisions of the bill providing mandate relief are welcome steps toward giving districts like Derby and many others greater flexibility to meet our specific community needs. Particularly valuable is the revision to the kindergarten start age policy, which will no longer mandate districts to offer the waiver process. As we heard earlier testimony, as well as witnessed ourselves amongst SUPs, this is being done very differently across districts, even districts right next to each other. The change reverts the language actually back to what existed prior to even the age change, which allowed boards that decision whether to allow students in at an earlier age. Additionally, I strongly support Section 4 of the bill, which reduces the age limit for transition special education services from the end of the school year in which the student turns 22 back to 21. And this change helps align our district obligations with available resources while ensuring students receive appropriate services during their K-12, pre-K-12 education. For Derby, the previous change of raising the age limit through the school year in which the student turns 22 resulted in on a cost of an additional $110,000 in year one for 2 students, and in year two, $84,000 for 1 student in this current year. And neither one of those meet our threshold for excess cost reimbursement. So the cost means reallocation of resources that otherwise could be supporting our most needy pre-K to 21 population. We also believe that by age 21, there's more appropriate service providers and resources through the Connecticut Department of Developmental Services to meet the needs of these young adults. These mandate relief measures would collectively enable us to focus our limited resources on our highest educational priorities. I very much appreciate the committee's consideration in both these matters, as well as your consideration of allowing me to jump in. I was in a classroom, one of our kindergarten classrooms, reading a story to the kids when my previous time slot came up.
Thank you, Matt. And thank you for all the work you've done and continue to do, always showing up, representing agencies that you're a part of. Any questions for Mr. Conway? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to see if we have Kate McCoy. No. All right, moving along. Sherman Udin. Do we have Kate McCoy? I see her on Zoom.
Thank you, everybody.
Go ahead, Ms. McCoy, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 7076, particularly the new provision that allows for boards of education to adopt an early admission should they choose to allow children. As we just learned, this goes back to what we previously had in place. As the principal of Mansfield Elementary School, I've witnessed firsthand the profound impact of ensuring that kindergarten is designed for children who are 5 years old. This legislative step has been important to moving us towards a statewide uniformity and affirming the understanding that kindergarten should be structured for children who have reached an appropriate age of development. Decades of research underscore that children benefit most from kindergarten when they have reached the developmental milestones associated with being 5. Studies from the National Association of Education for Young Children, the American Academy of Pediatrics emphasize that 5-year-olds are generally better equipped for the academic and social emotional expectations of kindergarten. 4-year-olds, even those who demonstrate advanced cognitive abilities, still require time for play-based learning, motor skill refinement, and emotional regulation and development that pre-K environment uniquely provides. At MES, we've seen remarkable success this year by ensuring that kindergartners are all age appropriate. Our 5-year-olds are thriving, ready for increased academic rigor while still benefiting from our play-based approach. Meanwhile, our 4-year-olds in pre-K continue to receive the critical time they need for naps, unstructured play, and the foundation, also social emotional learning. While play remains a huge focus of our kindergarten program, we see that our 5-year-olds are significantly better prepared for structure and cognitive demands of a school day. The inclusion of the Board of Education policy requirement in this bill is a necessary step. However, I urge us to go further in affirming that kindergarten is intended for 5-year-olds. Waivers permitting 4-year-olds to enroll in kindergarten often exacerbate the inequities, favoring families who have knowledge and resources to navigate a system while placing undue strain on districts striving to meet existing mandates. Moreover, allowing younger children into kindergarten as a substitute for high-quality childcare or pre-K is not an appropriate solution. The need for accessible, high-quality early childhood education is a critical issue, but it should not be addressed by placing 4-year-olds into an environment that is not developmentally appropriate for them. Districts already stretched thin in meeting diverse student needs are further burdened when kindergarten classrooms must accommodate a wide range of developmental readiness, often to the detriment of all students. I urge this committee and the General Assembly to be unequivocal in stating that kindergarten is for 5-year-olds. While local control is important, the reality is that without a firm statewide stance, inequities will persist, and districts will continue to be stretched beyond their capacity. By reinforcing the intent Kindergarten as a program for 5-year-olds, we ensure that our youngest learners receive the best possible start to their formal education in an environment that meets their developmental needs. Thank you for the time and commitment to our students.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Are there any questions, members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you and have a great rest of the school day.
Thanks.
Next up, Chairman Udin. All right. Next, Sohair Omar. Try Sumera
Good
Ghazi.
morning
Oh.
or good afternoon. This is Sohair.
Go ahead, Sohair, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Co-Chair McCrory, Co-Chair Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee, greetings of peace. Again, my name is Sohair Umar. I currently serve as a Director of Institutional Research and a part-time lecturer at Connecticut State Community College. I also voluntarily serve as a co-facilitator of the CT State Arab and Muslim Affinity Group. Today, I am testifying in support of House Bill 7075, an act concerning the availability of Islamic and Arab Studies curriculum material for school districts, which is long overdue. As you may know, Islam is the world's second largest religion. Muslims comprise approximately 25% of the world's population. In other words, 1 in every 4 people on planet Earth is a Muslim. There are millions of Muslims in the United States, including the state of Connecticut. In view of recent events, it is paramount that we, people of goodwill, educate each other and foster greater understanding of Islam and Arabs. It is important to note that a Muslim can be of any race or ethnicity, and an Arab can be of any religion, whether they be Jewish, Christian, Muslim, or have no faith. For the purposes of inclusivity and treating the citizens and residents of the state of Connecticut equally, please add, quote, Islamic and Arab Studies to Section 10-16B of the Connecticut General Statutes, which already include, quote, African American and Black Studies, quote, Puerto Rican and Latino Studies, quote, Native American Studies, among other groups of people in Connecticut. Again, I implore you all to please pass House Bill 7075. Thank you for introducing this bill. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony. And lastly, thank you for your public service. God bless you all.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. Again, as a high school social studies teacher myself, the opportunity for young people to learn about a vast variety of cultures and religions is only going to serve them better for interacting with their communities at large, and ignorance can be dangerous. So more information is better. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Next up, Sumera Ghazi.
Hi, greetings of peace. I would like to share my thoughts with you on this issue. Actually, I am a teacher. I worked as a teacher in an Islamic school, and I also I am a substitute teacher in a Waterbury public school system, and actually, I have been with public school system for 12 years now, and I have great experience working with younger kids, students mostly. And what in experience I see that all the misperception that is given through media, mainstream media mostly, actually give very negative image of Islam and Muslims to the students. And by saying that, we also see the lack of Islamic education or the awareness, like my sister before me said that we have celebrations of different ethnicities and different religions, and Black History Month, and we see was celebrating Hispanic celebrations and all. And also the Christians and Jewish holidays being celebrated in schools. But we see the lack of Islamic awareness, the Islamic principles. So I would just share a little experience with you. When I was a building sub, it gave me the opportunity to build a good relation with students, and students felt free to ask questions that mostly that comes to mind when somebody sees a Muslim, and that was incredible. That was beautiful. That built in that brought in the mutual respect. That brought in the love and the care. But whenever I was in a different environment where people didn't know me or didn't know Islam, I actually experienced a very painful remarks. For example, a student said, "Oh, she's going to drop a bomb," or a middle school teacher actually once asked me and said, "Can you please come to my class and tell the students that I am not related to Osama bin Laden?" So I was concerned by those remarks. And most of all, what surprised me, when a teacher in the classroom where there was only one Muslim student among other non-Muslim students, the teacher said that Muslims are murderer. So that was
Your
concerning.
3 minutes is up. Could you please summarize?
Sure. So I just want to say that if we bring in the Islamic education in our classrooms, in our education system, it can benefit greatly to not only our Muslim students, but also non-Muslim students to know about Islam. I just want to finish up by saying that if we know that Islam and Muslims contributed in American history before Christopher Columbus came to America, no one would tell our kids to go back to your country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, Samira, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great rest of your day. Next up, we have Farhan Mehman, followed by William Rice. I see William online. Go ahead, William, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Dr. William Rice. I'm Assistant Executive Director of Area Cooperative Educational Services, ACES. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony on Raise Bill number 1393, an act concerning the authorization of state grant commitments for school building projects and revisions to the school building project statutes. ACES is a regional education service center that operates interdistrict magnet schools and special education programs serving diverse communities across Connecticut. As an operator of special education schools and a partner to local school districts and special education programming, ACES understands the challenges districts face in providing appropriate spaces for special education services. When discussing mitigating special education costs with districts by allowing ACES to operate classrooms within their schools, we frequently hear that there is no space available for us to operate those programs. ACES has demonstrated the effectiveness of operating programs such as school within a school models through successful programs in West Haven and Ansonia, where we operate classrooms in schools than existing district facilities. This approach keeps students in their home districts, enhances educational continuity, and saves districts transportation and other costs associated with out-district placements. We strongly support the provisions of this bill that authorize state grant commitments for school building projects and provide increased funding opportunities for projects that include early childhood and special education spaces. The proposed 15 percentage point increase in state funding for special education and early childhood programs is critical incentive that can significantly enhance the opportunities. Continued support for transportation and targeted incentives is needed for us to be able to support those initiatives. Lastly, ACES at Chase is a building project that we have in Waterbury, Connecticut. It's project number 244-044 MAG that was funded in 2023 to support the expansion of programming from grades 6-8 to 6-12, and it has experienced unforeseen delays due to construction management, change in construction management. The project has encountered significant cost escalations, and ACES has formally requested additional funding of $14,811,185 to address these challenges. In addition, ACES is requesting an extension of the 2-year commencement of construction requirement for the ACES at Chase project to allow these additional and much needed alterations to take place. In the spirit of this bill, approving these requests will support the development of a complete academic program that will support students and families in the greater Waterbury area. Thank you for your time and consideration for this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, have a great afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Next, we have Islam Gabriel, and apologies if I pronounced your name incorrectly. Next, we have Stacy Tai.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Tia. I am the Secretary of Special Education and Equity for Kids. I would like to thank the committee for providing us the opportunity to give testimony today. I will be addressing our concerns regarding bill numbers 7076 and 7077. Proposed bill 7076 presents a significant threat to the rights of and educational opportunities of students with disabilities by reducing the maximum age at which they can receive special education services from June 30th of the year they reach 22 to their 22nd birthday. This change would strip away up to the critical year of instruction, transition planning, and support services that are vital for students with disabilities to develop independent living skills, workforce readiness, and social integration. For many of these students, particularly those with significant disabilities, this additional year of services can be the difference between successfully transitioning to adulthood with the necessary support systems in place or being thrust into a world where they are unprepared and unsupported. By accelerating the cutoff for special education eligibility, the bill disregards the individual needs of students and undermines the fundamental purpose of the IDEA. Furthermore, this bill disregards the critical role that special education services play in bridging the gap between school and adulthood, particularly for students who require intensive support to transition to post-secondary education, employment, and independent living. By prematurely ending special education services, this legislation would place an undue burden on families, forcing them to navigate complex adult service systems without adequate preparation. Many state agencies and adult service providers already have long waiting lists, and eliminating an essential year of school-based transition services will only exacerbate these challenges. SEEK strongly opposes this bill as it prioritizes cost-cutting measures over the well-being of some of the most vulnerable students. We urge legislators to reject this harmful proposal and instead focus on strengthening rather than diminishing the supports available to students with disabilities. In regards to Bill 7077, while crisis response drills in schools are intended to prepare students for emergencies, they can be deeply traumatic for students. These drills often stimulate high-stress scenarios such as active shooter situations, fires, or natural disasters, exposing young minds to intense fear and anxiety. The sudden alarms, rushed evacuations, and authoritative commands can trigger feelings of helplessness, especially for young students who may struggle to distinguish drills from real threats. Over time, repeated exposures to these high adrenaline situations can contribute to heightened stress responses, making school feel like a place of constant vigilance rather than a safe learning environment. Some children may develop lingering fears, nightmares, or avoidance behaviors associated with their classroom with danger rather than security. Beyond immediate distress, these drills can have long-term psychological effects, particularly for those students with who have experienced past trauma or have high anxiety disorders. The unpredictability of the drills can create a sense of instability, leading to hypervigilance or emotional numbness in children who internalize the threat as ever present. Instead of instilling confidence, these exercises can exacerbate fears of powerlessness, reinforcing the idea that danger is unavoidable rather than manageable. For some, the trauma from these drills can manifest in academic struggles, behavior issues, or withdrawal from school activities. While preparedness is essential, schools must carefully balance safety training with the mental well-being of students, ensuring the drills that are conducted in a way that minimizes psychological harm while still promoting readiness. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I have a quick question. Or maybe not quick, but I have a question. For the drills, what is your recommendation? Because the effort of the recommendations before us today was to achieve exactly what you're saying, to ensure that students who need accommodations are provided accommodations, to ensure that education around safety protocols in incidents of crisis are provided to children before a drill so that they aren't only learning about safety from a drill, they're actually learning about safe practices in their schools, to ensure that immediately upon enacting a drill, the students and staff are notified it's a drill, so there's no opportunity for misunderstanding a drill for an actual emergency, and to prioritize the psychological health and safety of our kids throughout this process. We even have specifically mental health professionals embedded throughout the process. So could you speak a little bit more to what your source of opposition for these recommendations are? Is it that you just don't want these individual
To be
practices?
clear, to be clear, we were not in opposition of that. We were in support of.
Oh,
of
I'm
that.
so sorry.
Yes.
I thought you were opposed to both.
opposition of the 2022 age cut year, but we support that. We just wanted to re-emphasize what the students have already so eloquently spoken to the committee earlier about their experience and the trauma they are feeling from not being exposed. So we are in support of you guys of this bill, giving kids a heads up of what's going on.
Thank you. I'm so sorry that I misunderstood that.
Yes,
You gave
more
me an
trauma
opportunity
informed.
to
Yes, more trauma
summarize
informed.
the proposal. I appreciate that. Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Thank you. All right. Well, have a great afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Thomas Daney.
Danahy, sure. Thank you, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Representative Brown, Wiehlander, Zupkus, and members of the Education Committee. I'm Thomas Danahy, Executive Director at ACES here in New Haven, and I'd like to share my support of Senate Bill 1393, an act concerning authorization of state grant commitments to projects and revisions to the school building statutes, with a change to include additional language for Project 244-044 MAG, the ACES at Chase 6 to 12 renovation project. The work of educators who support the teaching and learning process is vitally important to our state's future. Students, teachers, staff members, parents, and community members deserve to work in learning environments that meet building codes. These projects not only provide access to learning for all, but also result in the availability of teaching and learning spaces that have healthy indoor air quality, asbestos-free facilities, well-designed recreational and appropriate meeting spaces for generations to come. Connecticut's investment in its school building projects is a great way to lay the foundation for success in teaching and learning for all of our communities. These construction investments provide good sources of tax revenue and generate positive influences on our local economies. I support this bill and hope you direct funding for all the school projects, with the inclusion of new language that appears to increase bonding for Project 244-045 MAG at ACES at Chase. Our project was delayed when Skanska, the winning bidder as general contractor and firm we contracted with to complete the project, decided to close its Connecticut operations, causing delays and ramifications for increased inflation. Downs Construction took on the replacement contract, and in their due diligence on cost estimations for campus site improvements, asbestos remediation, and inflation, additional funding of $14,811,185 with additional time for commencement work is needed. These changes are needed to do the project correctly, providing for the Waterbury region's educational needs in grades 6-12 for the next several decades. On behalf of the Waterbury area communities, thank you for this opportunity to be heard.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, have a great afternoon.
You too.
Brian Donahue.
Thank you for letting me speak to you, representatives and senators of the Education Committee. I work 32 years as a social worker, working with families and children And also I founded a group called Not Just Us, which is a statewide program. And we have virtual and in-person events, and we talk about to the communities what are they're concerned about. And definitely one of the things that was mentioned was both which we support is 7077, being a mental health provider, as well as my wife, she's a therapist. The extra drills and extra um, issues that come up because of the drills we've seen in our kids when they were growing up. Now they're 19, 15, and 14. They would come home, even though there may have been support there, they came home being very afraid to going back to school because they thought an active shooter would come and, take their lives. And so they were not able to focus on education. We definitely support the committee that has studied this, as well as Connecticut Against Gun Violence, their support in this matter, that we need to ensure that all children are not traumatized, but that we are able to keep them safe, both emotionally and physically, and not be afraid to go to school, knowing that, oh my gosh, their anxiety is going to be really high. The other thing we support is 7075, about the Islamic and Arabic studies should be in school. We not just stands for also for people of color, diverse faiths, disabilities, income, Native American, and we try to bring everybody together. We know we don't even do a good job with the Black history. My kids will come home and say they're Black. They will come home and say that they, don't know any much other than Martin Luther King. We need to all unite, all inclusive. We need to know about the Islamic Arabic community because it is so richly in our country. We need to learn, we need to experience, we need to walk with them. But the students are not, even the required things that are going into the school, they're not happening. So we definitely need to make sure that those happen because they are now state law, but also include the Islamic Arabic community in learning about them. In this very diverse country, we run into lots of different people. We need to know where they're coming and appreciate their culture and heritage and faiths, because we really do need a diverse community. So, as I said, we support 7077 and we support 7075 for the benefit of all students and the benefit into our communities.
Exactly 3 minutes. Well done. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
You too.
Next, we have Poe Murray.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Poe Murray, and I am the chairwoman of the Newtown Action Alliance. And on behalf of our organization and on behalf of all the students who are here, we encourage you to support HB 7077, an act concerning crisis response drills. My neighbor used an AR-15 to hunt and kill 20 children and 6 educators in Sandy Hook Elementary School over 12 years ago. I didn't lose my 4 children, but I lost a piece of my heart like many in this room. I have seen firsthand how deeply the tragedy at Sandy Hook has impacted our children, our families, and our entire community. The trauma of that day did not disappear when the news cycle moved on. It lives in our classrooms, in our hallways, and in the hearts of our students. And for many, crisis drills bring that trauma right back. We want our children to be safe, but we can't let the way we prepare them for emergencies cause them additional harm. Why does this bill matter? For students who have grown up in the shadow of school shootings, crisis drills can be more than just practice. They can be terrifying. I've spoken to parents who say their children come home crying after these drills. I know teachers who spend more time reassuring their students that they are safe than actually teaching. We tell children that school is a place where they can learn, grow, and dream about their future. But how can they believe that when we repeatedly put them through experiences that feel like very real tragedies they've seen in their own communities? This bill recognizes that safety drills should prepare students, not traumatize them. It ensures that Connecticut schools use best practices to keep students physically safe while also protecting their emotional well-being. The bill supports a crisis response model that puts students first. This bill also acknowledges that a school security plan is only as strong as its school climate. By requiring collaboration between school security and school climate committees, we will make sure that safety measures do not come at the expense of students' well-being. Sandy Hook changed Connecticut forever. It changed how we think about school safety, but we must not allow our response to create more fear. Our children deserve to feel safe, not just to be told they are safe. This is not just about a policy issue. This is personal. This is about our children, our teachers, and our communities. We must get it right. I urge you to support HB. We work in Congress, so they're HR. HB 707, and help us create a future where students are prepared without being traumatized. And I thank you for all the work you've done to get us to this point.
Bo, thanks for that really powerful testimony. I can feel the emotions just below the surface. Rep Rader has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Poe, for your testimony. I really just wanted to jump on here more on a personal level and just to thank you for your continued work on the Alliance and also with the Song family, who are friends and constituents of mine and who the Ethan's Law is named for safe gun storage. So I just wanted to jump on and thank you for continuing your incredible work. Everyone else that's in the room and online that stands behind you on this work, and just a sincere gratitude for keeping this issue alive and not letting us forget how important this is. So thank you.
And I want to thank the Connecticut General Assembly for continuing to lead on this issue and making sure that Connecticut is safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm so sorry. Poe, one more question. I apologize.
Oh, not a question, just a
Rep.
comment.
Fonsello.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everybody who came here today from Newtown. Thanks for your testimony. You all did a great job, by the way. Rep. Walensky and I met with you earlier. We'll be happy to sit with you as often as you would like back in Newtown, so you don't have to drive all the way up here. We'll be happy to do so, and you know how to reach us. So I look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, Representative. Thank you. Next, we have Lou Rosado Birch.
Thank you and good afternoon. Representatives Leeper, Representative Brown, Representative Zupkis, distinguished rank and file members of the Education Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to offer testimony today. My name is Louis Rosado Birch. I'm the Legislative Coordinator for Connecticut Education Association, and I'm pleased to offer testimony in support of House Bill 7076 and House Bill 7077. As I said, we support House Bill 7076, which among other changes allows children who have not reached the age of 5 by September 1st to begin school, provided that the local or regional Board of Education has adopted an early admission policy. You all correctly raised the minimum starting age to attend kindergarten in 2023 with the understanding that children are generally not developmentally ready to begin instruction before the age of 5. Under the current law, in order for a child to be granted a waiver, a written request must come from the parent or guardian, in addition to an assessment to determine whether the child is developmentally ready to begin classes. However, despite this, we know that some districts have actually adopted rather obscure process towards approving waiver. Some of them we've heard whereby any parent or guardian who requests such a waiver is granted one. without the statutorily required assessment. And so this will provide some certainty and uniformity in determining true developmental readiness. And it will ensure that students have the emotional and developmental capacity needed to begin instruction and not be arbitrarily granted waivers to the 5 years of age by September 1st requirement. Further, on House Bill 7077, an act concerning crisis response drills, we support this bill. It requires a study of potential adverse impacts related to the use of these drills and creates a process for school districts to evaluate and to review their own crisis response procedures. Periodic crisis response drills we know may be necessary to ensure preparedness, but there is, as you've heard many times today, evidence that overuse of school lockdown drills can have adverse impacts on the mental health of students and staff alike. These can include increased incidence of trauma and anxiety among some, which can undermine the efficacy of such training and result in a loss of instructional time. Unfortunately, there's not a great deal of longitudinal research looking at the potential adverse health and emotional impacts. 7077 creates a framework to standardize procedures as well as a process by which to evaluate and adjust current practices to be more trauma-informed and responsive. Finally, I will say that as with all school matters, meaningful engagement with experienced educators is critical for successful implementation. And while the working group provided for robust involvement from the public safety community, there was limited involvement of actual certified classroom teachers. And so we support this committee's efforts to address concerns related to the efficacy and impact of school crisis response drills, and we recommend a more clearly defined role for educators, including meaningful opportunities for teacher voice throughout that process. So I thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thanks so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Lou. And you got a earlier number this time.
I'm grateful for that.
Thanks very much.
Thank you all.
Next, we have Cindy Carlson.
Hello, my name is Cindy Carlson, a registered voter from Sandy Hook, here to offer testimony in support of House Bill 7077. I work with Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and I'm pleased the organization supports HB 7077, but today I offer my personal testimony as a former Sandy Hook School employee, a Newtown School District parent, and I have to add, a tremendous admirer of these kids from the Newtown Action Alliance, many of whom I've known for a decade. Thank you to the members of the Education Committee for hearing my words today, which I have also submitted in writing. I support HB 7077, an act concerning crisis response drills. The working group spent months making themselves experts on this topic, and I support their recommendations to overhaul our approach to these drills in our Connecticut schools. These drills must prioritize student mental health and be trauma-informed. I believe we underestimate the degree to which our kids have already absorbed the secondhand and in some cases firsthand trauma of school shootings from the news, their social media, and the conversations they overhear in school and at home. I know from my work and volunteering in the gun violence prevention space that domestic violence, suicide, and community-based violence takes more lives than school shootings. I know this, but I'm an adult. It is the mass shootings that capture the headlines and thus the imaginations of our school kids. It is the school shootings that are what's discussed in guidance counselors' offices, over dinner tables, in playgrounds, and on school buses and carpools. Our students are well aware of the risks already. It is our job as adults to reduce further psychological harm, and that is the goal of this bill. In the same way that the School Crisis Response Drills Working Group has made themselves experts in the state on this topic, so too have gun violence prevention groups analyzed these drills nationally. The research shows that they neither prevent shootings nor mitigate the damage, even when practiced routinely. And I can tell you that the drill-based plan that we practiced and had in place on December 14th, 2012 was not feasible given the unfolding circumstances of that morning. The evidence is inconclusive that school shooting drills are effective, and thus minimizing school time spent on them is one of the goals of this bill. I am also well aware that these drills are a goldmine of information for a troubled student. Emotionally, these drills create a framework in an impressionable young mind for how violence is carried out. Logistically, they show a perpetrator exactly where the hiding spots are and how the doors unlock and lock. So in summary, because our goal as adults in society should be to reduce psychological harm to kids who are already under duress on so many fronts, I support HB 7077. Because our goals as adults in society should be to structure our approach to safety on evidence-based strategies, I support HB 7077. And because as adults in society, we may be inadvertently training the next school shooter, I support HB 7077. Appreciate that the committee listened to my testimony today, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for your work keeping our kids safe. All right, seeing no questions. Thank you. Next, we have Kate Diaz.
Good morning. I am appreciative of my colleague, first and foremost, who swapped numbers with me because I was later. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak before you this morning. CEA has put in forward a number of things that it has supported and is looking forward to having conversation about. I think for me, what I wanted to speak to is about the Senate Bill 1392 in terms of the changes to the teacher certification process. I'm concerned about this bill that it rushes to complete a task that we have charged a board with doing. And I think one of the things we've been really, passionate about is making sure that as we review the certification process, as we analyze what we're doing, that we're thoughtful and we're careful about the changes that we propose and that we make. Because the very last thing we want to do is fix messy statutes and regulations by rushing to put new statutes and regulations in place. We're really proponents of thoughtful, careful revision of our practice, recognizing that the practices we currently deploy are really confusing and often create challenges for people who wish to become certified in the state of Connecticut. So for us, we're absolutely in favor of reviewing our process, reviewing what we're doing. Certainly, we've been not really terribly shy about our concerns about standardized testing in general as a rule. So questioning its role and its process in the teacher certification practice is a logical and reasonable thing to do. However, as with all things, we need to understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, and what's the best move to make to uphold the standards that Connecticut has really hung its hat on. And I appreciate the desire to become more flexible, to become more agile, and have enjoyed talking with members of the board about how to do that well. And I think the data tells us that roughly 85% of the people who go through the certification process are validated by the third party of praxis in terms of their content knowledge. And as a math teacher, I would argue you want to have my content validated. You want to be sure that I know enough math to sit comfortably in front of students all the way up through Calculus 2, because I am certified to teach all the way through Calculus 2, that I have enough content to do that well. And so I'm in favor of looking at how we're content validating in a meaningful way, and how we're creating release valves for those people who maybe the test isn't the best tool to assess my content. But what I'm not in favor of is just slapping a solution in place this year because we feel like we have to do something this year. I would encourage you to talk to the members of the board. I know that you have Jen Rodriguez, who is the chair of the council or the board, that will be coming up soon. Ask her where they're at. They're a lot closer than you think in being able to provide you with some thoughtful solutions and some thoughtful tools to work around this that allows us to maintain the expectations of the teacher certification program. But most importantly, I implore you to let the board that you put in place do its work. because I think that's respectful of the people who have committed the time and energy to answering the questions that you've placed in front of them. I'm concerned that continuing to kind of entertain legislation on this matter while you have a board working on it really undermines the work that you set up last session to say, let this group thoughtfully consider meaningful change and bring us something back that will do the work that we know needs to be done. I trust them. I've been monitoring the work. I think there's a lot of really thoughtful people in that space. And I would hesitate to say that working around them is not really, I think, respectful to the process that has been established. So I would ask that you allow the board the time to bring you back something, and I think you'll be happy with what they're bringing back. Thank you today. And I would like to just offer this. I'm really happy to hear the changes to the school safety bill. I think that this is a really positive move. As a teacher who has been through lockdowns, who has ushered middle school, high school students through those processes, I think being reflective about the impact and thoughtful about how we work on that is a really good thing. So thank you for that work.
Thanks, Kate. And I'm not sure if you heard some of the conversation earlier with this. I think this was a placeholder. The concept was raised in our very first meeting in anticipation of the commission's recommendations that we were anticipating for January 31st. So this was just something to have the conversation. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, Kate. So this board was created when?
Last year.
Okay. And they've been meeting?
Yes, they've actually been meeting. They were a little bit stalled in the fall because there was a hiring of the facilitator who's going to help oversee that program through the State Department. So it got a little bit of a later start than we would have liked, but has been vigorously meeting to kind of address as many quick things as they can. The process as outlined in statute obligates both the board and the State Board of Education to have some opportunities to dialogue about these changes to ensure that we don't do anything kind of too rash. I think that was really the intention of that, is to really promote the dialogue between those two bodies that are responsible for education in the state. So I think it's harder to get things quickly to you, but I think the goal will be that the product is better.
And was this, just for everyone's knowledge, was this board created specifically for teacher shortages?
No, it was actually, it was out of sort of the interest of, hey, how come we have a shortage? And one of the challenges we observed was that the certification process is often kind of confusing and conflicting and bogged down in statutes and regulations that have existed since the 90s, but never been cohesively overhauled. They've been sort of band-aided. So that was the purpose of the board, was to really do the work of the overhaul.
And my last question, if I may, Madam Chair, do you know if they are looking at ways for people who maybe have been a welder all their life and then come in and teach, or maybe have been an executive in the corporate world and then be able to come in and teach without going through a whole rigorous becoming a teacher process?
I absolutely know that they're looking at the alternative pathways and recognizing that where we can add flexibilities, we need to, so that we can be inclusive and welcoming into the profession while maintaining our expectations for what teachers need to know. Because I will say that, we never want to dismiss the awesome responsibility that an educator has for not just sharing their knowledge, but for taking responsibility for the education of these children in the holistic sense, because that's one of our responsibilities as members of education communities.
Thank you. I'll just add, I know someone close to me that was in the corporate world, and you probably heard me say this story before, retired and at a fairly young age and went to teach, and is always the best teacher. His kids learn the most. It is so exciting. And he never went through a teacher class. So I think that we really have to look at, I know there's some basic things, but I think also it's part of the administration's responsibility that if a teacher is not teaching appropriately, then there should be consequences. But I do know of a few people that have done it, and I love my teachers. My kids had the best teachers, and went through the regular path. But I do believe that there are people out there that can bring a lot to students and to kids in their perspective area of their career, I'll say. So thank you.
Thanks, Representative. I just want to also reiterate that for this proposal, it's not really speaking to the alternate pathways, just had some conversation around specifically the demonstration of content knowledge. And I personally understand the concerns that have been raised, both from a process standpoint and with a content perspective. But I just want to clarify, still all the pedagogy for certification is still required, and this proposal doesn't amend that. Representative Wheelander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, good to see you. Can you tell us when this report is expected?
I believe that their intention of the board is to put something forward for the next legislative session. I know that there's a lot of work to be done. There's over 100 statutes and regulations currently on the books for teacher certification, and getting those kind of evaluated and worked through is no small feat. But I absolutely know that there was hope to get this quicker, but they got a later start because of the hiring of the facilitator at the state board, the State Department. So I think that you will absolutely be getting something next session without question that will, I think, bring forward some changes and some modifications, and hopefully some alternate pathways being clearly identified. I think the first round of change that you're going to see are going to be the things that are sort of the consolidating of the things that make sense to, such as how do we do the content mastery and the content validation, and what are the tools for assessing teacher kind of knowledge. I think that's going to be the first thing you're going to see. But there's a whole lot of things that I think are going to be on the table for conversation that I'm excited to see what we can do with.
Thank you for that information. I think it'd be great if we could get it a little bit ahead of session, just because it's going to be always a short and fast one, so we can have those thoughtful conversations before we discuss another proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll do the best that we can for sure to help support that process.
I mean, it's just a school year, right?
Come on.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. And I don't think any questions online. Thanks, Kate, so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Leslie Blateau.
Good afternoon, Representative Leeper. Thank you for the opportunity to testify to you and your fellow Education Committee members. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a teacher and parent in New Haven and a resident of the city of New Haven, president of New Haven Federation of Teachers, and divisional vice president for AFT Connecticut for pre-K-12. I'm testifying with concerns on Senate Bill 1392. It is helpful to have just heard the conversation with members of this committee and President Diaz, because we echo some of her concerns. You know, AFT Connecticut has one of our members on the Connecticut Educator Preparation and Certification Board. And from our understanding, that board does not yet support this bill as it is. So we are certainly open to continue discussions around how we can land on something that, first and foremost, the Connecticut Educator Preparation and Certification Board does support. I believe that they recently voted to maintain content area assessments as one, but not the only option for candidates to demonstrate content mastery. And I think let's remember that the statute as it currently is written really empowers this board to do the work. So we're hopeful that we can pause, let that board do the work, ultimately land on something that is going to meet the needs of our school systems and meet the needs of the various groups that are represented on that board. You know, some initial concerns about the bill is that it could have the reverse impact. We know that teachers, aspiring teachers, need to have the training in place so that they can stay in the job beyond year 1, 2, and 3. Those are critical skills and content knowledge around child development, engaging students, structuring time and space, and meeting the needs of an increasingly diverse student body. We don't want our teachers to continue wrestling with the burnout and turnover that they currently are. So I think this is why we have such high standards for welcoming people into the profession, and we know we need to strike a balance. Also, I have to go on the record and say that we have to make sure that we're addressing the root cause of the teacher shortage. And this is about excessive workloads and inadequate compensation, not necessarily just the inability to recruit. We say that we have more of a retention problem than a recruitment problem. So let's get at those core retention issues to ultimately meet the needs of our schools that are still facing some shortages in some specific areas. I will close here and say that I really think we should pause right now. Trust the board that has been authorized to do this work. Recognize that policies that are going to support teacher prep, teacher retention, and teacher well-being should be our collective focus. And that's really going to guide our path forward to ensure that every student in Connecticut has access to the highly qualified educators that they deserve. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today.
Thanks, Leslie, for your testimony. Seeing no questions, have a great afternoon.
Thanks.
Next, we have Christopher Trombley.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me today. In addition to serving as interim dean of the College of Education here at Southern Connecticut State, I have the honor of having co-chaired the legislature's task force to study the comprehensive needs of children in the state since 2021. Since we issued our very first report in December of that year, a key recommendation that we have made has been that, quote, the number of mandates for schools, especially those serving students with the greatest need, be significantly reduced. We quoted Harvard University's John Maeda, who had written, the consequences of holding everyone accountable to low-level tests in reading and math is that schools serving disadvantaged students narrowed the curriculum and focused disproportionately on test prep, whereas more advantaged public schools and private schools had flexibility to continue offering a richer and more holistic educational approach. We quoted Boston College's Andy Hargraves, who had written, most of the variance in student achievement is explained by factors outside the school and beyond the ambit of educational policy and strategy. Poverty, poor infant care, lack of statutory maternity and paternity support, environmental toxins, neighborhood violence, financial insecurity, and resulting instability among the working poor. These are the kinds of factors that are the greatest predictors of student achievement in the United States. Indeed, as we shared in our third report in December of 23, education economist Eric Hanushek and his colleagues found that through their analysis of the performance of American students who were born between 1961 and 2001, there has been, quote, little change in the socioeconomic status achievement relationship across the past close to 50 years. Those scholars found that despite 5 decades worth of education policy intended to improve circumstances for young people from under-resourced families and communities, the gap in achievement between children from high and low socioeconomic status backgrounds has not changed. They concluded by writing, quote, if the goal is to reduce the dependence of students' achievement on the socioeconomic status of the families, reevaluating the design and foci of existing policy programs seems appropriate, end quote. I ask that the General Assembly make a thoroughgoing effort to relieve schools and districts, particularly those serving the highest concentrations of youngsters with the greatest needs, of counterproductive mandates and of policies that sanction them for students' poor achievement, when it is abundantly clear that their performance is more reflective of families' financial precarity than of the quality of instruction in which students are engaged during school hours. I ask that the General Assembly attend to the task force's other recommendations, all of which are rooted in the tenets of the whole child framework, which reminds us that all children must be healthy and safe if they are to be engaged, supported, and challenged in school and beyond. These recommendations include fully funding the education cost-sharing formula and increasing the number and quality of individuals seeking to become mental health providers, behavioral health providers, and educators by maintaining high standards for entry to those professions, while also increasing the rates at which those professionals will be paid, providing tuition reimbursement for their post-secondary training, and ensuring that the conditions in which they work once in the field
reflect the importance of that work and the dignity of the individuals and families whom they serve. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, have a great afternoon.
You too. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next, we have John Flanders. All right, next we have Rebecca Good.
Hello, everybody. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm Dr. Rebecca Good, former Connecticut teacher and principal in New Haven, founder of one of the first teaching residents here in Connecticut, and a longstanding member of the state's increasing Educator Diversity Council, as well as a member of this new certification board. Today, I'm sharing my personal views as a researcher and a national expert in modernizing teacher pathways in relation to Senate Bill 1392. Thank you. Thank you for putting forth a bill that represents a crucial and long overdue step towards addressing our state's educator shortage and creating a more diverse and highly qualified workforce. I respectfully would recommend the removal of Section 3 of this bill, which proposes the establishment of a new fellowship program for educators. The creation of that would be fairly duplicative given the phenomenal programs that the state already has in Ed Rising and registered apprenticeships. Instead, I would really urge the committee to remove that section and ensure financial support continues to go directly to the Department of Education to support and expand those current Ed Rising, registered apprenticeships, and Teach Connecticut programs. I will say I support Section 1 of the RACE bill with some revisions. I applaud the committee's decision to provide aspiring educators with 3 options to demonstrate content knowledge. I hear you. This is about the content knowledge demonstration. This clearly removes subject matter assessments like the Praxis 2 as the one and only way to demonstrate content knowledge. I support that the 2 options coming July 2025, that an inspiring teacher could either pass the subject matter test or hold a subject area degree. My recommendation is really in relation to the 3rd option. Right now, it says successful completion of a portfolio examination with a review panel. And I'm going to name this is reminiscent of EdTPA, which was administered and rejected in our state. And I just feel that that would burden the department with developing a panel process by July 2025. So it feels like a step backwards. I would actually say change that section. And I would propose granting discretion to our approved educator preparation programs, our EPPs. I run one in the state. They can then administer their own course of study or a turtle portfolio exam or an alternative path to demonstrate that content knowledge. We trust our Connecticut's approved EPP programs to prepare our teachers. Therefore, we should also trust them to determine whether a candidate has sufficiently fulfilled the content knowledge requirements to teach. Now, the new certification board has much to accomplish before 2026. And as you've stated, we're late on things. So the long-standing barriers of subject matter assessment is one that this education committee has clearly demonstrated with this bill does not need to wait until 2026. There's so much other things to be done. So I fully support creating multiple pathways for aspiring educators to demonstrate that content mastery starting July 25. Thank you so much. I'm open to questions.
Perfect time. Rebecca, thanks so much for your testimony. I really appreciate those insights. And just for clarification, I believe Section 3 is actually existing law, which might be why it sounds duplicative.
Ah, yes, thank you so much.
Seeing no questions, have a great afternoon.
You too.
Next, we have Fran Rabinowitz.
Good afternoons, Representative Leeper and honored members of the Education Committee. Thank you for your service and for listening to so many different perspectives. I'm going to speak quickly. First, I'd like to speak on Senate Bill 1392 on certification. And I'm going to reiterate what everyone has already said. Please let the committee do their work. You put this committee together. I was a member of the precursor to this committee, which was a working committee for certification. And quite frankly, it was wonderful. It was many, many different perspectives in the room. And we came to consensus on many of the recommendations we move forward. For example, changing the grade level certification from 3 to 6 to K to 6 so that we had more flexibility, et cetera. I believe this committee will do the same. I was at the State Department of Education for 7 years as an associate commissioner. I'm not totally in favor of praxis too. I think we can do better than a praxis two. I also suffered the frustration of candidates who did not pass. However, with that said, until we find something better, I think praxis two should be the standard. If we're going to elevate the profession, we need a content standard, and we need to know that we have that standard across the board. For those who cannot pass the praxis, I do believe, which I did not have the ability to do, I do believe we need an alternative assessment, be that a portfolio, be that some other type of assessment. I think this committee can come up with that. So that's what I think about certification, or what CAPS thinks about certification. On the education mandate we leave, the CAPS, the superintendents don't believe that a waiver should be given for students who are not 5 by September 1st. Here's the problem. The way the law reads now, you're assessing all of these students who the parents asked to have assessed to come into kindergarten. I would tell you that for 4-year-olds, I mean, I served as Director of Research and Evaluation for many years. For 4-year-olds, the assessments that you're doing are not valid, and they just don't have the reliability that some may think they have. So I think that spending that time assessing kids just is not the way to go. However, at the same time, I do believe we ought to be pushing, as we are, as a former Blue Ribbon panelist, committee member for early childhood. I think we should be continuing to push forward that there is quality preschool for every child. So that is absolutely on my mind. The second part of this, I know, is controversial. It's about the students, serving the students throughout the year after they turn 22. And I would ask that we return to stopping services when they turn 22. I'll cover the funding piece first. I did a survey. There were 79 districts that participated. It cost the school system $16 million. But to tell you the truth, that's not my main concern. It is a major concern for districts. But beyond that, I would suggest that we don't have enough quality services for adult persons with disabilities. So whether they move to adult services at 22 or they move to them at 23, they're still not sufficient. So I would advocate for sitting down, collaborating, and finding dollars to promote more quality services for adult persons with disabilities. I will tell you from my own experience, in the Bridgeport area, the Kennedy Center is fighting to survive, guys. They're fighting. They're selling off properties in order to provide the services for adults. And I think we could have a seamless transition from the school district to the to adult services, but adult services really need to be looked at. And That's my major thing. It doesn't matter, 22, 23, they're still going to need that transition to good services.
Fran, I just want to recognize your 3 minutes are up.
Okay,
But
sorry.
let me ask you a question.
Yep.
If you were going to talk about 7077, was that next?
No, I was just going to talk very quickly. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, is that the one? That's the crisis response? Yes, very, very quickly. If I can just say this, we are not opposed to the bill. We are in favor of the bill. However, I do have to say there is a piece of it that is an unfunded mandate, and that is requiring the school system to notify parents before each drill in the native language. But frankly, I think the bill is a good step forward. Sorry about that.
No.
About taking time.
Thank you for being here. Representative Zupkis has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, Fran. And thank you for pointing out that unfunded mandate. Hopefully we can do something to fix that, because I do not like unfunded mandates, as you
No.
know. And which brings me to my question on this mandate bill. I am hopeful that we could get some even more mandate relief in that bill. And I know we've talked about, and I've asked you, and you sent me it was too many pages to print out of the mandates
Yes.
on the schools. So if you could just, off the top of your head, if there were one or two mandates, low hanging fruit, that we could give relief to the schools, what would that be?
Well, I think I always go back to, and you probably won't be able to do it, but I go back to the reading programs. I do believe that we spent an incredible amount of money and are continuing to spend an incredible amount of money every year on mandated reading programs. And I do believe that the most effective way to teach the science of reading, which I'm totally in favor of, is to have a well-trained teacher in front of that classroom. There's no substitute for that. And millions of dollars worth of programs. And you might say, well, they already bought them. No, they have to buy them every year. They are, they have to replace all of the materials each and every year. So it's an awful lot of money. That would be my major one.
Thank you. Mine too. But we'll see. I unfortunately have to agree with you. I don't see it going anywhere. I keep
No.
talking about it time and time again. And we don't see, because I've gotten information going back to 2016 and on reading scores. And then people will say COVID, and I even take COVID out of the picture. Those 3 years, I use 3 years, the scores still do not go up.
No, they don't.
And so I won't go into my rant about the whole right to read piece of legislation, but it just is so curious to me that we have data that shows it's not working, what we're doing. So thank you. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. Thank you all.
I just want to say, I think wait, Fran, sorry, you have more questions,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry.
So I think this is the first year of implementation that districts are doing. So we don't really have data from right to read quite yet. But Representative Constantine.
Oh, I would say good morning, but I guess it's afternoon already.
is.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Every time we listen to each successive speaker, we all learn a lot. Just a question you brought up about the school that is, selling things off, looking for funding for adult programs, but yet you suggested moving these kids off the day they turn 22, and turn them over to different programs. And I know there's a wide variety around the whole state, but as a parent of 2 kids, between college and semesters and going off to school or finding a job, or, just all the logistics of transitions, what do you have, what's your input on the transitions for children, or, or I guess young adults, if we discharge them right at age 22? Is there a better way? I know it's end of year in this one. Is it a better way of kind of like going to a semester system, something where it might be a little more clearly delineated as to their next steps and to be able to plan for that?
Yeah, and I think there are better ways to do it. I think number one, I would like the teachers who are actually doing it to talk to us about what would be a better way of transitioning. I think it should be seamless. I think that, I think about my transition program in Hamden. We held it at Southern Connecticut. And it was seamless because we worked with the adult providers in the Hamden area. And, it was mostly job coaching and that type of thing. But I think we did a very good job. I think it needs to be seamless. And I think that I would not suggest handing off to adult programs that don't have the resources. But all I'm asking is that we look at that we look at the what types of resources are needed out there. And then we can work on a seamless transition. I'm sure there's lots of best practices for that.
Thanks, Representative. And just for clarification, we've had this practice for one school year where we kept students through the end of the school year after
That's
the 22nd
correct.
birthday, correct? So this is a recent change.
That is, yes.
And before that, it was after the end of the school year, after these individuals turned 21. Okay. I don't see any other questions. Thanks, Fran.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I think we have John Flanders back with us now.
We do, and I apologize for my technological ineptness.
No apology necessary.
Chairs Leeper and McCrory, ranking members Upkus and Bertel. My name is John Flanders, and I am the president of Special Education Equity for Kids of Connecticut. I particularly appreciate the opportunity that my club gave me to follow my friend Fran Rabinowitz, because you find that I agree with a lot of what she said. First, with regard to the waiver for kindergarten, we absolutely support the idea that universal preschool would obviate a lot of the issues that are resulting in this. So we think that that's the solution. More importantly, on 7076, the issue of transition and cutting off at the 22nd birthday, we are very, very much opposed to that. The students who are receiving this are those who are the most impacted. They need support in life skills training. They need support in job training. They need support in transitioning to post-secondary education. And every opportunity to do that is vital. For each student in special education, there is a PPT, a team that determines what his or her needs are and designs the program for them. That is a mechanism that can determine if the student doesn't need those services, then we can exit her from at age 21 or age 19 or however. But as these teams are determining that these students have the needs are clearly there. And as Fran talked about, there really isn't much to move on to. So to sacrifice the educational opportunities that these kids need and have been demonstrated in a formal way for a relatively small section or amount of money statewide seems to me a great detriment and reflects the lack of concern for the needs of the student. We suggest that there are other alternatives for doing this. Develop ways so that students don't need to be outplaced into expensive programs. I'll encourage and support, as Fran said, programs that are regionalization, that where schools are working together to internally provide the services. There are mechanisms for supporting the needs of these students, and we encourage everything be done to continue that. With respect to moving on to 1392, we absolutely positively support anything that will bring more teachers in. We see a tremendous shortage. And with respect to 7077, there is no way that I can improve on what the students from Newtown said. Their outline of the trauma, of the needs of these students
is entirely supports the bill. Our one caveat on this is that there are students particularly with sensory issues, for which those traumas are even worse. And we simply suggest that for any student who has an IEP, that their PPT, that their planning and placement team be required to consider these drills as part of their program, and so that they may be given individual training to support their ability to tolerate this. And I will stop.
Thanks, John. I don't see any questions for you, but I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jennifer Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and honorable members of the Education Committee. I'm Jennifer Rodriguez, Chair of the Connecticut Educator Preparation and Certification Board and a first grade teacher. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding SB 1392. The Connecticut Educator Preparation and Certification Board does not support this bill as it proposes changes to the certification process that have not undergone the board's full review as required by statute. Public Act 2441 established the board to provide oversight on educator preparation and certification, ensuring high standards for the teaching profession. By statute, we work with the State Department of Education to modernize and align educator preparation and certification to attract a diverse, highly qualified workforce. The board is also responsible for developing proposals for regulation and legislation in these areas. Specifically related to SB 1392, the board is charged with reviewing the state's approach to assessing whether candidates for certification have demonstrated minimum content knowledge and determining whether the alternative approaches should be offered. As part of this responsibility, the board voted on February 10th to maintain content area assessments as one, but not the sole option for candidates to demonstrate content mastery. The board established an ad hoc committee to research and propose additional pathways for candidates to demonstrate content mastery, particularly in ways that directly relate to teaching effectiveness. Additionally, key stakeholders, including educators, administrators, educator preparation program representatives, and policy leaders, have not been fully consulted in crafting this legislation. The board is committed to comprehensive review. The board, which is made up of 16 diverse stakeholders, has engaged in this rigorous discussion. Since our first meeting in November of 2024, we have met 4 times to align our policies with Public Act 2441. This work is ongoing, and our board is committed to bringing forth statutory and regulatory recommendations in collaboration with SDE as outlined in our statutory charge. SB 1392 would significantly alter the process and hastens the previously agreed upon timeline of 2026. As the board continues its work, we will carefully evaluate the efficacy and feasibility of alternative options for demonstrating content mastery. Key considerations are validity and reliability, research basis, feasibility and cost, CAPE alignment, implementation timeline, and the impact on recruitment and retention of highly qualified teachers in our schools. For these reasons, the Connecticut Education Preparation and Certification Board does not support SB 1392. We welcome a collaborative discussion with you to ensure certification changes uphold high standards while supporting aspiring educators and ultimately Connecticut students. Thank you for your time and commitment to this process. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer, for your testimony and your work on this commission. We're very appreciative. Questions for you. Representative Poulos?
Hi, good afternoon, Jen. Thank
Hi,
you for
Howard.
the overview of your work, and I appreciate that. Just a quick question. Is there any way to improve this bill or any legislative action that would complement or strengthen the work your committee is doing right now that we could offer to support your work?
So currently, the ad hoc committee has a meeting tomorrow morning from 7 to 8 a.m. I welcome you to watch it. It's all streamed online. And they will be looking at the alternative paths, including legislative proposal A, talking about the ETS bridges, which the State Department of Education began piloting in October, and which we will be reviewing the data of in April after 6 months of implementation for our elementary elementary candidates. Portfolio options, bachelor's in content area. So they're already doing that work, and we're well on our way to having something proposed. And once it's proposed, then we have to move that forward to the State Department of the board, the State Department of Education, the board.
Thanks, and certainly keep us posted on your good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Wieelander?
I think that Representative Poulos might have addressed it, but if there are any other points that you could expand upon on the alternatives to the praxis.
The ad hoc committee is doing that work again tomorrow morning, and they will have more finalized information. I don't want to speak ahead of that work for them, but we can certainly make sure that we submit those notes to you for access after their meeting tomorrow. I mean, there are currently some concerns with the bill that I'm happy to go over. Removal of the standardized content assessment without proven alternatives in terms of scientific research-based, and the other ones that we had listed in there, it's key factors that we're looking at. Imposing in like an undefined, potentially costly portfolio system, which we had gotten rid of before with EdTPA. Weakens cross-endorsement requirements by removing subject area assessments. It sets an unrealistic 4-month implementation timeline currently, and risk non-compliance with CAPE accreditation standards, as it may not be aligned with CAPE accreditation standards. So there's a lot of areas that are concerning, and we hope that the Education Committee will allow the board the opportunity to do the work that they've been tasked to do so that we can submit that. I met with Representative Leeper. She was kind enough to introduce herself and ask for a meeting at the beginning of January, where we kind of discussed where we were and how we weren't able to have meetings prior to the November meeting, and the onboarding that was involved. Approximately half of the board was not part of the committee last year. So there was a level of background building to ensure that the work that we do is well informed for all board members as well.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. Thank you,
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you so much for your consideration. Can I add a quick plug?
Sure.
In terms
we're
of
moving quick today, so we can have time for a quick plug.
love that. I'm a first grade teacher, and I can tell you that we've seen a significant difference in our students that are entering kindergarten currently. I share a hallway with our kindergarten students, and having that kindergarten start age for, I believe it's September 1st, has really made a significant difference in the readiness of the students that are entering kindergarten. We see it, we hear it. The teachers in kindergarten are speaking about it all the time. So it has definitely been a considerable improvement in terms of working in the right direction of what's developmentally appropriate for our 5-year-olds.
I really appreciate you sharing that. I have 2 boys in an elementary school, so I get to hear that feedback directly often.
Yeah.
Nice for everyone to hear. So thank you very much for sharing that.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And if anybody on the committee has any questions, please feel free to reach out. I'm happy to meet and discuss further.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Ashraf.
Hello. Yes. Hello, distinguished members of the committee, or as we say in my culture, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. My name is Sarah Ashraf. I am a junior in high school and I'm a Waterbury resident. Today, I am speaking in favor of Bill 7075 concerning availability of Islamic and Arab studies curriculum for school districts. I feel that this is very important because Arabic and Islamic history have been an integral part of the Enlightenment and Renaissance eras. From the development of the sciences, including algebra, various biological sciences, higher geometry, and in fact, the scientific method, which is the foundation of all sciences itself, were just some of the few contributions of Arabic and Muslim scientists. What I just mentioned were only some contributions to academics. Secondly, learning about Muslims and Arabs in school will help us break free from that realm of mystery. But right now, kids know nothing about us, and either this keeps them very ignorant or in some cases hostile. Our history is taught nowhere, and even in this century, depending on where you live in this country, Muslims and Arabs feel foreign. Sometimes, in some situations, though I was born right here, right in this very state, people look at me like I'm a foreigner and try to figure or piece me together. Or in one case, when I was at the age of around 7, tell me to go back to my country. My mother, a teacher, tells me various experiences she's had from kids harassing Muslim staff, talking down Muslims and Arabs, and even teachers hanging up crude signs in the classroom that to them unknowingly mocked Islam. With a little education, we could erase all that. On a more personal note, even I don't know much about my own history, and I'm torn between wanting to put my time there and prioritizing my other school studies that won't acknowledge my people's contributions to their classroom. We saw the same a long time ago when it came to Black history and contributions from the Black community, and we applaud the successful effort that went into recognizing it in school. But I say now that as Muslims and Arabs, it's our turn. I'm open to questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for that testimony. And thank you for, sharing the painful things you've also experienced. I think it's important for us to hear those. I don't see any questions for you, so have a great afternoon.
Thank you, you as well.
Next, we have Naomi Nova. Oh, wait, Naomi, I missed someone online. I'm so sorry. I checked off the wrong name. Hassan Awad? I apologize for skipping over you. And you're in person nonetheless. Even better.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hassan Awad. I am here to represent CARE Connecticut, the Council on American Islamic Relations, Connecticut chapter. And I am here to support the bill number 7075. CARE Connecticut, along with majority of Muslim organizations across Connecticut, strongly support Bill 7075 because it promotes inclusivity, understanding, and accurate representation in our schools. Providing Islamic and Arabic studies curriculum materials will help combat bullying, Islamophobia, and bigotry by ensuring that students learn factual and diverse perspectives about Muslims and Arabs. And I'm actually the one who receives all of the intakes from the Muslim and Arab students all over the state in CARE. It's heartbreaking when I receive calls from parents talking about how their kids were bullied just because their name is Muhammad, their name is Islam, or they were hijab. And I have to go through this every single day. And lately, actually in the last year, end of last year, we had 2 cases about misinformation about Muslims and Arabs in the state of Connecticut in 2 schools. And I can provide supportive documentation about that, where they're teaching inaccurate information about Arabs and Muslims in schools. And to avoid this, I think it's the best way to start educating or to start teaching about Arab culture and Muslims in the schooling system. Additionally, educating students about diverse cultures benefits everyone, not just Muslims and Arabs. When students learn about each other's backgrounds, they develop respect, empathy, and a broader work view. However, it's crucial that Muslims and Arabs have a seat at the table when shaping this curriculum to ensure accuracy and prevent misconceptions or misunderstanding. I just want to mention a short story that happened about me when I went to college. I went to college in Connecticut, and I was a dean's list. And I was bullied because I was speaking Arabic on my phone. I heard the F word in my ear. I'm an adult, and I could deal with it. I turned to this guy. I spoke with him about hummus and falafel, which is Mediterranean. He loved them, and we started having a conversation, and we became friends till today. But I can't imagine a child in a school who is in 5th grade, 6th, 7th, even in high school, who is facing this kind of bullying just because of his name or the way they wear their clothes, their hat, or a certain kind or color of a scarf. Thank you so much. I appreciate your work, and thank you for your service.
Thank you so much for this testimony.
Any questions?
Yes. Representative Sanchez online has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hassan, thank you so much for your testimony.
today. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that on a daily basis you hear about bullying. Does this happen in just high school, or are you also seeing this happening in the elementary schools and in the middle schools? And can you give me an example of what you have heard from other parents of what kind of bullying that's going on here in the state of Connecticut?
That's a great question. We have a lot of cases. One of the cases actually was in Greenwich, where a student who wears hijab was bullied. Another case was in Farmington Valley High School, I think, where misinformation was about Muslims and Arabs. I can't recall, but I can provide you with certain cases and send them if you can, if you want that. Last case, one of the cases was, I think it's Newtown or somewhere around that, where a student who was wearing a scarf and he was bullied, and he stood up to speak about his own culture, which is Arabic, and he was bullied for that. Another issue was with an autistic kid who was kind of responsive or reactions to certain circumstances in his school, and he was taken down on the floor by the security. He was arrested without even informing his parents. Those are just some of the cases that we had.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. I know that in many of our cities, particularly in my city of New Britain, we have seen a large amount of more Arabic children and families moving into our city. And I just want to make sure that that bullying is not happening to anyone, regardless of their ethnic or their background. I think this particular curriculum would benefit our children. Right now, I believe we're looking at the high schools, but maybe this is something that can be integrated in all levels of, all grades in the school system. But thank you so much for your testimony today. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And that's why we are here, to work together to solve all the problems of the state.
Thanks,
you.
Representative Sanchez. Representative Constantine.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and I agree with you. Any expansion of our curriculum that can help develop empathy for our kids would be a huge benefit. So in your experience, at what age do you think is most appropriate to start introducing more diverse curriculum?
I think the earliest, the best. Because listen, Arabic is a very beautiful language, culture, and Islam is a very peaceful religion. And if you go to studies, you will see that the least violent areas are where Muslims live, because we are very disciplined. And in our religion, we are not forced, like kind of, we have to respect our neighbors as we respect our families. So the more you try to educate students about those two cultures, the more you have more connections with them, building bridges between the students, understanding each other, because misunderstanding leads to fears, and fear leads to violence. If I don't understand you and I have misinformation about you, I will immediately be afraid of you. And if you try to communicate, I might be reactions to you. That's psychology.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
One more question. Representative Rader online.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. I just had a quick question for you. I represent Guilford and a part of Brantford, and in Guilford, we do offer the language Arabic. We offer it for 2 years, and then if students want to continue on beyond that, they can do an independent study with the teacher. And my daughter has been fortunate enough to now have 4 years of Arabic. But what's interesting is, although she's exposed to some of the culture and the history by learning the language, it would be so advantageous if she could also then be taking a course to support her learning of the language. So I just appreciate your advocacy around this, because I do think that some districts might offer the language, but if you don't have the context of the history to support that understanding, I think we're missing an opportunity. So again, thank you for coming and testifying.
You're welcome. Thank you. I'm ready to help you because I taught Arabic at Yale for 6 years. So, any more questions?
Thanks so much, Hassan.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, operator, for your question. Now, next we have Naomi Nova. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. As you know, I am the Vice President of Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut. I am also a parent and attorney for students with disabilities. Connecticut is a national leader and it has been on the forefront of protecting the rights of students with disabilities. Right now, our state's leadership is critical at a time when federal governments and leadership is uncertain, and dialogue dehumanizing students with disabilities is becoming increasingly normalized. Allowing students who are the most profoundly impacted by their disability the dignity of being able to complete their school year before being exited from special education is something that sets Connecticut apart. It is something that we should take pride in, and it is also sensible policy. We cannot make the assumption that by exiting these students from special education upon their 22nd birthday, adult services will be able to pick up their transition. First, not all students requiring extensive support will be eligible for adult services. The transition to DDS only happens automatically for those with an IQ under 70. While there is a separate eligibility process for people with autism, that wait list is so long that years, if not decades, can pass before a person with autism receives any support. However, while this is an extremely important consideration, it is not the most critical consideration in our opinion. Continuity of programming is extremely important for all students, but especially for those students who are the most profoundly impacted by their disabilities. Transitioning to a new school year is extremely challenging and often met with regression and learning loss. This even happens in 12-month programs. Requiring a transition to DDS at the end of the school year in which a student turns 22 provides a natural transition time and maximizes their potential. Please do not cede our state's leadership on disability education by stripping away a right that has been so impactful to our neediest students. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Naomi, for your testimony. Question, students who are in this situation, in particular in the last 5 years or so, did they lose time in services during COVID?
All students lost time in services during COVID.
Correct, right? So that's what I'm asking. And then also, do they lose time waiting for placement? Let's say they are, hospitalized and they're waiting for placement, and so they're losing, weeks, months where they weren't getting services prior to leading up to the 22nd birthday. So there can be gaps in their treatment and services.
Yes,
Okay.
there can be.
And that would have an impact on accessing services and therefore furthering their development?
A devastating impact for students who are hospitalized. I can tell you that my sister is a pediatric neurologist, and at the hospital that she works at, there are a number of students who are really, really profoundly disabled. Unfortunately, she's not in the state of Connecticut, and where she practices, there is an absolute dearth of available placements and programs for special education kids, and she watches as a lot of her patients are absolutely withering away. And it's heartbreaking.
All right, thank you for that. It just brings to mind that we're working with young people who have gaps in the development already. They have issues and needs that require more, and then if they've lost time. So it's a delicate, sensitive conversation, and as has been said today, it's a tough conversation to have, and hopefully we can figure something out that works for the most amount of people. So thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. I'm trying to understand this a little better. So can you explain to us, you used the score as the 70 for those that would qualify for services, and then how the autism group falls through the cracks because of that. I'm thinking because of that. So what happens? Can you kind of walk us through a scenario with maybe a person who kind of would, where that goes at the age of 18 when they become an adult and so on and so forth?
Yes. So to qualify for adult services, in general, one of the requirements is that you have a full scale IQ under the number of 70. However, there is a waiver. It's called the autism waiver, and that exempts people with the autism diagnosis who are really profoundly impacted by their autism from that IQ threshold. And the students with autism whose IQ might be above 70, it could be 80, 90, 100, they might be really profoundly impacted just in terms of their functional communication, their ability to navigate, just through society, ability to take transportation, the ability to be safe. And so, there's a recognition that because of how autism impacts them, there's and the fact that you can have autism be severely impacted while not having that same cognitive disability. We have a separate waiver, so that way they can receive adult services. The wait list for people with autism to receive adult services is incredibly long. It's not automatic. Whereas for somebody with an intellectual disability whose IQ is below 70, it's a more seamless automatic transition. At least it's supposed to be, and that can be a little bit more nuanced. So right now I have several clients, but I can give you anecdotally one example of a client who I represent. He has a severe intellectual disability, and he is residentially placed right now, and he had a birthday earlier this school year. Had he been exited on his 22nd birthday from his program, he would be without educational supports that you get from special education. He would have transitioned into DDS and adult services, but DDS would not have been ready to take him because at that point he was so severely impacted by certain behaviors that hadn't yet been remediated. About a month ago, he had a brilliant breakthrough. And now, it looks like we're going to get him to that place by the end of the school year where he's going to be able to transition safely to DDS. And it's wonderful. But I can tell you that this would not have been possible had he been exited when he turned 22, which was closer to the start of the school year.
So when they're not exited for the reasons you said, where are they? What are they doing?
They're floundering. They have nothing.
They have nothing. Okay. I think that's it, but I appreciate that. I'm trying to understand the gap here. But thank you for coming in today. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. And if you would like to discuss more afterwards, I'd be happy to follow up with you.
Thanks, Representative. I'm going to ask one other question. So in this example you just provided, isn't a part of the solution that we need DDS to be doing a better job so that these kids aren't floundering and they are prepared for this transition when they turn 22?
Adult services and special education, while there is certainly some overlap, they're not the same thing. And so, yes, we can always say, well, shouldn't DDS do more? But providing specialized instruction requires certified teachers, people with really specialized knowledge on how to design those types of programs. The case example that I gave you was incredibly complex. And it's certainly not the norm, but it's an example of how, some of our students who are the most profoundly impacted really benefit significantly from having their programming extend to the end of a school year where it can come to a natural end where we don't have to worry about the regression and learning loss and the setbacks that happen from a difficult transition at the beginning of a school year. And yes, DDS has been extremely involved in that case and has been learning, throughout this year as to how they're going to be able to meet that student's needs once that student ages out.
In the example you provided, this was a student residential
Yes.
services.
Yes.
So those are year round. Those kids aren't exiting at the end of each year and like coming back, right? The whole point is to have the consistency. So any time where a child would be exiting a residential placement would be a major life altering disruption.
So with residential placements that are year round, it can be a little bit, misleading, right? What that term is. Almost all residential placements offer some form of a break during the summer months. It's a chance for the student to go home to reconnect with family, be there. Those breaks are not as long as what you would see in a, more traditional September to June model, but they still have those breaks. Additionally, depending on how the program operates, you might have turnover with staff, new people who come in, and just a new program. You might have new people entering because it's the start of a school year, so they might have a new cohort or a new peer group that they're interacting with. There's just a lot of natural change that happens when you mark the beginning of a year. And all of those changes and all of those transitions can be really difficult for somebody with, significant impact by their disability to navigate. And so that can be extremely stressful for them. And so once they've then overcome that transition and they've settled back into their program, it takes a while to build them back up to where they need to be. So that way, they can start making their progress again and, returning to baseline. To then take them and put them through another really significant transition, because the transition to DDS is going to be very different from, a more school type setting, right? Is going to then set them back again, and it's incredibly disruptive. And so looking at that continuity of programming is really, really vital for these students. And the state's going to have to spend, money, right? One way or another, whether it's through DDS or through special education. Let's make that investment, let's get the most bang for our buck, right? Why would we want to reset where that person is, after they have just gone through the transition to the new school year? It makes sense to let them kind of have that programming be continued throughout the natural school year. School year is statutorily defined as ending on June 30th, and it's just kind of a nice natural endpoint at which point DDS can pick up. And again, it's something that makes Connecticut really special.
Well, we got to the middle of the year thing because of the court case, right? Defining IDEA through the 21st year. So the middle of the year thing is also new to the conversation, because the court case said that we have to provide these services to these students throughout the entire 21st year up to the 22nd birthday. So then in 2023, we said, okay, to the end of the school year after a child turns 2022. And I think there wasn't a full recognition of the cost to districts an additional year was. So I agree, we need more money.
Right. And before that case, that AR case came out, Connecticut really did, I believe, value the importance of that continuity, because it went to the end of the school year, but of the student's 21st birthday instead of their 22nd birthday.
I will tell you, the language we tried to draft was to do that, and the legal opinions we're getting is that we cannot do that.
Oh, I am not advocating for doing that, going back there.
No, not going back, to clarify the language so that it was to the end of the 22nd year, rather than if you turn 22 on July 1st, it's now really through the 23rd birthday. And that's part of what our districts are asking us to have this conversation about, because you're now there, the end of the school year now for you, if your birthday is July 1st, is the following June 30th.
Right. So you would still be 22, right?
Right, but it's a whole additional year than what they used to have to provide. And it's coming at a cost, and we're hearing from our districts that they're struggling, right? So in Fairfield alone, this change was $600,000. And so I think this is just why we're having the conversation. It's not because we want to deny services to the most vulnerable kids. It's thinking about what are we obligated to provide under IDEA, and what is reasonable to ask our districts to spend. Naomi, I thank you for your testimony. I know we'll be hearing much more, and these conversations will continue.
We will. Thank you. And thank you for your thoughtfulness on this very difficult subject.
Yeah. Rep. Dauphin, I have one more question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. My question is, what is the average gap time you're seeing? What's the average length of time?
I don't have those statistics.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I answered your question accurately. When you said the average gap time, do you mean when a student turns 22 compared to the end of the school year?
I'm sorry. Let me clarify. You were saying that there was a waiting list, and what is that? How long are people waiting? The average?
My understanding, and I can get back to you if this is that it's decades at this point. It's very long.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
it depends on when a parent also knows to sign their child up. So if a parent is advised immediately when their child is first diagnosed, maybe at the age of 1 or 2, then that shortens their wait time by 22 years. But it's so long that parents are being advised to sign up for the wait list as soon as their child first is suspected of having autism.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, to the representative's point, I think a huge focus is that there is just an absolutely lack of service for these individuals after they leave the public school system. And I think that also is worthy of a whole lot more conversation. Thanks, Naomi.
Thank you.
Next we have, was there any other questions? No, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Earl Bloodworth.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Education Committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Earl Bloodworth, and I am here to express my strong support for HB 7077, an act concerning crisis response drills, and the recommended implementation of trauma-informed active shooter drills in our schools. In my role as the Executive Director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence, I speak not only from a professional standpoint, but also as a concerned parent. While my child has successfully graduated high school and college almost 10 years ago, the very fact that we must discuss ways to prepare our children and the dedicated educators who care for them for potential mass shootings is profoundly disheartening. Nonetheless, we are here, and I wholeheartedly support HB 7077. The proposed framework by the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, in collaboration with the Connecticut Center for School Safety and Crisis Preparation, represents a vital step toward ensuring the safety of our students, faculty, and staff in a manner that minimizes trauma. These guidelines establish clear definitions and standardized terminology for crisis drills, fostering a consistent understanding across all schools about what these drills entail. A critical aspect of this initiative is the emphasis on trauma-informed practices. We understand that many of our students bear the burden of prior traumatic experiences. It is our duty to design drills that not only prepare them for emergencies, but also protect their psychological well-being. This necessitates the integration of mental health professionals in the planning and execution of these drills to provide emotional support. Furthermore, age-appropriate education and training prior to the drills are essential. This preparation will empower both staff and students, reducing confusion and anxiety during drill execution, not just for them, but for parents as well. Clear communication with parents in their native languages regarding the purpose and nature of these drills is crucial for fostering understanding and collaboration within our communities. Lastly, we must prioritize accommodations for students with cognitive, physical, and sensory disabilities, ensuring that no one is left behind in our safety measures. Our students and staff deserve nothing less as we strive to ensure everyone's safety as we endeavor to prepare them for the worst. Thank you for considering this important legislation, and I'll take any questions.
Earl, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you for the time.
I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon.
You as well. Everyone be blessed.
Likewise. Next, we have Patrice McCarthy.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm Patrice McCarthy, the Executive Director and General Counsel for the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education. We have submitted written testimony on many of the issues before you. You'll hear a little later testimony from our first Vice President, Meg Scata. So I'd like to address two issues right now, Senate Bill 1392 and House Bill 7076. Senate Bill 1392, an act concerning educator certification, addresses several issues under the jurisdiction of the Connecticut Educator Preparation and Certification Board, established by the 2024 General Assembly. I represent boards of education on that board, and we have just begun our important work. And we were created through a very deliberative process to provide a meaningful mechanism to modernize Connecticut's educator preparation and certification requirements. Those requirements had not been updated in 25 years. And so we think it's very important that we do this in a deliberative manner so that we actually result in an improvement in both preparation and certification. I am confident that we will bring forward appropriate recommendations, and I urge you to grant the board the time to do so. With respect to House Bill 7076, an act providing education mandate relief, CABE always appreciates efforts by the General Assembly to provide relief from mandates. For instance, the issue of continuing to provide special education services through the 22nd year of our students has, as the good chair indicated, resulted in a significant increased costs. That's something that we need to balance, whether those should be adult services that are provided. So not that those young people don't need services, but what is the appropriate venue for the responsibility for providing those services, and what should the services look like? Is that really something that K-12 education is best suited to provide? However, in general, I encourage you to address the issue of education mandate relief through the process you established in the 2024 legislative session. Public Act 2445 establishes the Education Mandate Review Advisory Council, which shall, quote, advise and provide reports to the General Assembly's Education Committee on the cost and implementation of existing education mandates on local and regional boards of education, as well as the impact of any proposals relating to additions or revisions to such education mandates. While some members of the council have been named, it appears there is at least one remaining legislative appointment needed in order to have a quorum so that we can begin our work. We strongly urge you to ensure that appointments are made so the council is able to conduct the important work identified by the legislature and utilize this process to obtain education mandate relief. We thank you for all of your work on education issues and appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today.
Very much, Patrice. Seeing no questions, have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rebecca Good. Oh, she already went. Next, we have Ann Manuski. Next, we have Maria Sorellis. And apologies if I mispronounced your name. No. Oh, Mona. Nope, sorry. I'm jumping too far ahead. Joanna Taxanowski.
My name is Joanna Tazanowski, and I live in East Granby. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense and a mom of 2 fifth graders. As parents and community members, we all want our kids to be safe and prepared for any emergency at school. We don't want kids or school staff to be under additional or unnecessary fear, anxiety, panic, or trauma. We know that having frequent school shooter drills, particularly those that simulate a live shooting, have measurable negative impacts on stress and anxiety levels, causing more harm than good, particularly with students with disabilities, those who have experienced domestic violence, or those with pre-existing mental conditions. While any gun violence on school campus is tragic, these incidents make up less than 1% of gun violence. I work very hard with Moms Demand Action to emphasize the need for secure storage of firearms so that youth and others are not accessing firearms in their homes and bringing them to schools to begin with. I do this work to decrease the epidemic of gun violence, which is now prevalent on the minds of lots and lots of children in this country. I'm here to support HB 7077, an act concerning crisis response drills. This bill incorporates findings from Everytown, the American Federation of Teachers, and the National Education Association, recommending schools use age and developmentally appropriate drill content and include school-based mental health professionals, couple drills with trauma-informed approaches to address students' well-being, not include simulations that mimic an actual incident, and provide parents adequate notice. This bill provides age-appropriate safety training while ensuring kids and staff are not put under undue anxiety. It would also prohibit exposing students to simulated events because, according to the National Association of School Psychologists, the National Association of School Resource Officers, and the American Academy of Pediatrics, schools should not use simulation techniques with students. Supporting this bill acknowledges the need for trained adults and staff in emergency preparedness, but ensures that Connecticut students are not subjected to the high-stress traumatic simulations. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today in support of HB 7077 and for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. This bill has been many years in the works, and I think what we've come up with has been inclusive of a lot of different expertise and perspectives and lived experiences. So I appreciate you being here and sharing your testimony and support. Representative Menapace?
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, is it Taskanowski? All right, yeah, I do want to thank you so much for testifying in here, and I did want to know, because obviously I understand you guys are very much against some of these, like what we call the simulation drills that they do, and I can say as a teacher, I found them to be not very helpful, I guess is what I'll leave it at. Do you know, like, forgive me if this, have you already had, like, any of your children had like direct experience with these?
My kids, I think our school system in the town where I live does a particularly good job of their crisis drills. Looking over the bill, I think our school system in particular utilizes what the bill is putting forward that all school systems in the state would then utilize. I know that they do inform parents. I live in a very small town, and so administration is usually aware that kids have had something traumatic happen to them, that they've been in a situation where there was an active shooting in an instance. And so they take that really seriously, and they do talk to parents ahead of time, and they figure out what is going to work for that child, not to re-traumatize them. And they do let parents know how the drill goes, and there are trained personnel. The police are there. We have very active in the school community psychologists. And so I'm lucky that my kids live where we do, and the school system is, in my opinion, already doing what this bill would do. And I know that's just not the same in every part of the state necessarily, and that the importance is to sort of codify those best practices now, because you can always have turnover and something different happen. So my kids are lucky in that they're already experiencing essentially a lot of what this bill would do.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Chair, I have a follow-up. I don't know if you'd have, I just know that I've had to do this training for how that is certified, and I was telling you again that I don't know if I find it to be very useful, but I know that in those trainings, they will insist to us that these methods are proven to be very effective. And I was always, to be honest, a little bit skeptical. Are you, as your organization, aware of any data that really says that this type of training is more effective at stopping school shootings?
What I've read from the studies that I know Everytown and the American Academy of Pediatrics and other organizations are that there is not data that shows that they are particularly effective in preventing tragedies to happen, or in allowing, in those instances, things to have a better outcome. So to my knowledge, in what I've read specifically from those organizations, that data does not exist.
I appreciate that, because I can tell you as a teacher, I have had students become so afraid during these that they become catatonic or become sick. And I do appreciate you providing that data for us. Thank you.
Representative Constantine?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Joanna. How are you? Can you tell us, Moms Demand Action, you're all over the state, all over the country. Can you tell us, and you're actively involved in community, at the community level, Can you tell us about the response you get either from parents and in particular from school districts who might not be conducting trauma-informed crisis drills? They might just kind of be the standard, overwhelmed, no time to think. What kind of response do you get from the school districts when you make suggestions as to how the drills could be better or more effective without the trauma on students?
I think that for some districts, it might be difficult to know exactly what to do differently. That they are sort of in the business of doing the best that they can for teaching kids, but this is a little bit outside that experience level. And so having been able to put together in sort of one place the best practices from the Association of School Psychologists and the National Association of School Resource Officers, to outline what would be best practices, that is doing the work that isn't necessarily that's a lot of expertise to try to pull together. So I think that they're not necessarily aware of exactly what steps are best practices. And I can also speak to, there was an incident in my town a few years ago, and after which parents were particularly concerned about what safety practices looked like and, how did things happen and what happened well, and essentially really open all of a sudden to learning about that. And I was able to go to the meeting. The administration, the superintendent were very supportive, and parents' sort of initial reaction was, we need metal detectors and we need screening, and it was these very high level, very large changes. And then I let them know about the information that moms had under our Be Smart campaign, which is all about stopping the problem before it gets to school, that children should not have access to, free access to guns without supervision, and that would have prohibited this incident. And sort of the mood in the room changed quickly, and they were very receptive to hearing how the community could be involved with raising that conversation of secure storage and sort of stopping the problem before it happened. So that was really helpful, and that's been the case in other towns as well, that parents and community members are pretty open to that conversation of secure storage so that it doesn't become the school's problem.
Well, thank you for all your work on that. As Hassan, I forget, don't remember his last name, from CARE said, a lot of people are looking for information so they can do better. So thank you for all your advocacy work on that level, and making parents aware of what they can do.
Thank you so much.
Representative Wiehlander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly say thank you to everyone here who showed up today to testify in support of this, and also to thank everyone on the working group who came up with these solutions. And these, there were definitely some hard conversations and compromise that happened, but just to say thank you for taking the time to advocate for the health and safety of our students. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Duffney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I'm trying to understand, how would it look different from what we were doing till now? And you talked about safe storage, which is, I think, a no-brainer, right? But it seems as though the accidents happen from people who either aren't willing to participate, don't participate for whatever reason in that safe storage, right? I mean, they're getting access to weapons that they're not supposed to have. So how would that look different, and how can we, will the new training or response train them to be able to react in a way that can keep them safe?
I think the universal secure storage that was passed in Connecticut is relatively new. And the National Education Association that recommends principals and school communities and administrators do speak to secure storage or to that as a safety practice. That's also relatively new, but the more superintendents and school administrators do give that information to parents and those that take care of kids, that raises the conversation and sort of normalizes that knowledge of secure storage, specifically Connecticut's universal secure storage law. And all of those things help to prohibit kids from accessing guns in the first place when they shouldn't be. And then I think I'm lucky that my kids live in a town where we do a lot of these things, but the fact that Connecticut doesn't currently have the limits that this would put into place, I think is important, because I don't know what 3 towns away, what their crisis drills look like. And there certainly are places in the country where the traumatic simulations are taking place. And so part of why I'm here is because I didn't want that to be taking place in my town or somewhere in Connecticut without these best practices outlined. So I think it's a combination of putting in place what we know is most helpful while eliminating what we know is harmful, and sort of separately on a course, continuing to raise the conversation around secure storage so that children are not accessing firearms unsupervised.
Thank you for that answer. And I guess it doesn't cover those that legally have them and aren't, are taking action, right? I mean, it wouldn't cover those. So.
That is true. I do know, though, that the conversation in my town after charges were brought regarding the incident that did happen, that conversation greatly amplified the knowledge of the secure storage law. So it's devastating that an incident has to happen, but I think the awareness that comes from charges being brought that previously wouldn't have been able to be, given the universal secure storage law now, that makes a monumental difference in that awareness.
Okay, thank you. I guess there's still bad actors out there, right? And they're gonna be there. So how do we best protect our kids against those bad actors? We're not gonna eliminate them, but
I know my kids don't go to other people's homes unless I've already asked if there are firearms, are they securely stored? So that's a step in that direction, and involving more in that conversation.
yeah, no, I understand. And as a parent, that's smart, right? You want to make sure that they're in a home that you feel comfortable with. But thank you so much for your testimony today. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Representative Constantine.
Thank you. So just follow-up question on the safe storage. I know we have, Safe Storage Act, guns have to be locked up. It's mandatory. A lot of people don't know that. There's been a push either through Moms Demand Action, Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm not sure if you're the exact person to ask. So what's been your experience as to how many school districts are kind of sending out the reminder note at the beginning of the school year, just to make parents aware of safe storage and kind of good protocols to have?
I know Connecticut Against Gun Violence was doing a great job of tracking which school systems were putting that information out. Lately, in the last few years, Moms Demand Action has done presentations in, probably say, close to a dozen out of all the towns in Connecticut. The New Haven Public School Superintendent sent secure storage information home at the end of last school year, I believe it was. So she's a big proponent. There are more, I'm sure, that I'm not aware of, but it's definitely not every school system. But it is really helpful that superintendents seem to be starting to talk to each other a little bit and recognizing the importance. And Moms Demand Action has partnered with police departments or sort of on our own to do virtual or in-person presentations to parents. Like everything now, it's hard to gather parents to do those kind of educational things. But the nice thing is, with part of the Moms Demand Action model of Be Smart, the T at the end of SMART, it's an acronym, is to tell about it. And I know after I did the presentation last year, one of the moms who hadn't previously asked and said, I thought I was informed and I thought I was doing all the right things, but it hadn't occurred to me to ask if parents that of kids who my children are friends with when they go over. And she did. And so she sent the text to me ahead of time, a screenshot, like, is this good? Am I doing it right? And the mom immediately responded to her, we actually do hunt, but they're securely stored. And that's a great idea. I'm going to do that now. So it does have a ripple effect, school system to school system and parent to parent. So that's really helpful that one presentation can actually make a really big difference. And we're hopeful that, like Connecticut Against Gun Violence, we continue to be helpful to school systems to give them digital or wording or things that can be sent home to help make parents aware.
So is it correct to say that less than 10% of our school districts actually do this?
Say it again.
Is it correct to say that probably less than 10% of our school districts actually send out this notification?
That I'm aware of.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Joanna, for your testimony today.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Next, we're going to go back to Ann Manuski. Ann is online now. Go ahead, Ann. Go ahead.
Thank you. Dear Chairman and members of the Education Committee, the Connecticut Republican Assembly is an organization which has members and friends totaling 550 some Republicans and conservatives across the state of Connecticut. We stand firm in our principles and unalienable rights under the U.S. Constitution, as well as the rights and responsibilities within the Connecticut Constitution. I'm Ann Manuski, 27-year resident of Connecticut, former licensed professional counselor, and currently a national director of the Connecticut Republican Assembly. The preamble of the Connecticut Constitution states, "The people of Connecticut, acknowledging with gratitude the good providence of God in having permitted them to enjoy a free government, do in order more effectively to define, secure, and perpetuate the liberties, rights, and privileges which they have derived from their ancestors, hereby, after a careful consideration and revision, ordain and establish the following Constitution and form of civil government, inasmuch we follow our Connecticut Constitution." In regard to Bill 7076, in order to provide the Connecticut Boards of Education mandate relief, we must look at some of the mandates that exist. I've chosen 3 points. 1, Connecticut Core, also known as Common Core State Standards, in the general Connecticut statutes exists as a pilot program and, as noted, ended June 30th, 2018. Common Core, Connecticut Core, is a developmentally inappropriate program. Problems and peril of the state standards essentially are a Hegelian dialectic. There's a program called RTI or SRBI, which was brought in to intersect relief of Common Core. This pushes children who are not developmentally ready and has caused them stress and anxiety. Unintentional harm has been done, and even though research exists, race and ethnicity aside, the negative effect is larger for students who qualify for subsidized lunch than those who do not. There's other research in regard to stress and anxiety of the Common Core standards over the years that it's existed here in Connecticut. No positive change has been done in the state of Connecticut's Department of Education or from the General Assembly, or seen from CABE or CAPS either. Number 2, smarter balance assessments have no independent validation to determine to be a valid assessment, not a mastery test. This fails the Connecticut statute, CGS, Chapter 163C, and there's a definition of what a mastery examination is. The Connecticut State Department of Education received a request on March 11th of 2016 from me for information on the validity and reliability of the Smarter Balanced assessments. Unfortunately, the State Board of Ed had no information responsive to my request, which is in FIC 2016-022-0224.
Please summarize, Ann.
Yes, I'll just say the last point is in regard to the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights letter that came out. And as of Thursday of last week, it requires that states to be in compliance with the federal law and that there will be no, well, I'll just excerpt it. The educational institutions have toxically indoctrinated students with the false premise that the United States is built upon a systemic and structural racism and advanced discriminatory
And your time has
policies and
expired.
practices. Yes, costs to the state and local boards of ed must be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we need to make these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Daphne?
I'm so sorry, Representative Daphne.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Anne, for being here today. My question is, we're kind of having conversations now about the required testing and the mandated mastery testing and changing that. Do you think that that will be beneficial with regard to what you were just sharing just now?
I'm not sure of what the discussions are in regard to changing them, but certainly uh, research shows that assessments such as SBAC and others, they don't have validity. And the best assessor of a child, the word assess comes from the Latin to stand beside or judge from aside. So the teachers are the best in assessing the children and knowing what their needs are. And I'm sure that I've talked to teachers who, want their children assessed properly, and it's not being done. So
Thank you.
there needs to be a lot of discussion on that. Pardon?
I think there is interest in moving in that direction. So
Good.
I'm hopeful in that way with regard to some of the other things we've been discussing with testing and that it doesn't always benefit. I wondered if you were able to provide us any data to reflect that there's been no improvement since the birth of Common Core with regard to that.
That there's the data
improvement. Yeah. I mean, you were talking about looking at the testing assessments and that there's been no seen benefit. Are you able to kind of share something regarding that?
There's a Harvard study that I have in my testimony in the sources, and it was done in 2021, and they looked at forget how the terminology, but it was basically that they look in non-intended groups, and the statistic I wrote about this, that in my testimony, that the group that they saw that did not benefit from Common Core happened to be those children who were qualified for free and reduced lunches. So we know that those are the children that need the most help. So they are not, Common Core is not helping them, and the assessments did show some of that information.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Anne. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Representative Daphne.
Thank you.
And next we have Mona Awada.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Mona Awada. I live in Norwich. I'm a fifth grade student. I'm here today because I want to see Islamic culture and Arab history taught in school. Right now, we learn about many different people and places in our textbooks: Native Americans, African Americans, Latino Americans, and Asian Americans. That's important because learning about different cultures help us understand each other better. But there's almost nothing about Muslim or Arab history in our lessons. I want to feel included and to feel belong to our school systems. Arab and Muslim people have made huge contributions to the world. Did you know that the numbers we use in math today, 1, 2, 3, come from Arab mathematicians? Or that the first hospital was created by Muslim doctors? Or that people from the Arab world helped keep important books and knowledge safe during the Middle Ages? These are all things students should know. As a Muslim Arab student, I feel left out when our schools don't talk about my culture. Imagine if you went to school every day and never saw your history or traditions mentioned in class. If we add Islamic and Arab studies to our curriculum, it will help all of us understand each other better, and there will be less bullying, Islamophobia, and stereotypes. Please support Bill 7075 so that all students in Connecticut can learn about the rich and amazing history of the Arab and Muslim world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your outstanding testimony, young lady. I think we have a couple questions from my colleagues. Representative Menapace.
Hey, Mona. First of all, Ramadan Mubarak for that. But I just had wanted to ask you, I guess this part, I'm really happy to hear your person talking about this. And you're right, there's so many great things as a social studies teacher myself. Like I love hearing about all of the contributions that you have in here. I was just curious for you, is there any specific, you mentioned a couple examples, an area of Arab or Islamic history that you would like to hear, have like other kids learn more about?
Um, well, I was just talking in general about we should maybe add a little bit of Islam and talk about maybe Ramadan because that's a holy month we're experiencing right now, or Eid. It's also a holiday to celebrate, and we could just spread that maybe in the libraries and have books and articles about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Well said, young lady. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony and your advocacy.
Thank you.
Next up, Catherine Meyer from the Center for Children, followed by Violet Sims and Meg Scatta. Catherine. Catherine going once. Catherine going twice. Now we'll have Violet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Violet. And how are you today?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Great.
So I'm Dr. Violet Jimenez Sims. I currently serve as the Managing Director of Academic Programming and Legislative Affairs for the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program. I bring over 2 decades of experience in education across various roles in Connecticut's public schools and universities. And so my perspective is shaped by these experiences, as well as my journey as an immigrant, bilingual, bicultural, first-generation college graduate, and professional who entered the vital profession of education via an alternate route to certification. Today, I stand in support of Raised Bill 1392, which promises to broaden the pathways to teacher certification in our state. From my perspective, this bill acknowledges the cultural biases inherent in standardized testing as an only option to demonstrate content knowledge and proposes more inclusive and accessible methods for demonstrating content knowledge, such as portfolio reviews, which I understand bring up a little PTSD maybe if you're connecting it to something like EdTPA. But remember, EdTPA was intended to show the practical knowledge, so more the pedagogy, and this is talking about content knowledge as well. This language around portfolio reviews actually currently exists and is never used. So I'll speak to that a little bit as well. But allow me to share a story from our program that underscores the urgency and necessity of this bill and why I think it needs to happen now. We've been waiting long enough. In our program, we had a graduate, a teacher of record, who exemplified what it means to be an outstanding educator. She renewed her residency educator certificate twice, the maximum that's allowed, and achieved the highest student performance levels among her peers. Her classroom was used as a model by school leaders, and she earned the respect and admiration of colleagues, students, and their families. But despite her proven effectiveness, she's no longer a teacher of record. The barrier? A certification test that she has not passed. Her dedication is such that she continues to serve as a long-term substitute, which is really unfair because she gets to do the work without the benefits of full teacher pay and retirement contributions. This situation illustrates a grave disservice not only to a capable educator, but also to the students who stand to benefit from her dedication and skill. It highlights the critical need for alternative pathways to certification that consider a broader range of competencies beyond standardized tests. I submitted this testimony in writing as well, so I won't read it all to you, but I'm highly in favor. The teacher training is not compromised here, which is the most important thing and the most correlated thing to actual teacher effectiveness. Standardized subject matter tests are not actually correlated with teacher effectiveness based on research, but we continue to hang on to them. And I often hear we have to because we have nothing better. If I made a product, I wouldn't want it's better than nothing to be my motto. And this is a case where as long as you have good teacher prep, it almost is better to have nothing than to have an absolute barrier that really impacts actually educators of color more than others. And so I think this is a forward-thinking legislation that aligns with our shared goals of diversifying and strengthening our educator workforce. By supporting this bill, I think we're endorsing a more inclusive, equitable, and practical approach to teacher certification that recognizes the unique backgrounds and strengths of each candidate.
Dr.
So,
Sim, can you summarize, please?
yep, that's it. I urge you to pass this bill, and thank you for considering my perspective. I'm available for any questions and further discussion.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Just for the record, you said you've worked in a teacher prep program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I've worked both in traditional teacher prep program previously as an associate director at the University of Connecticut teacher prep program, and I am now a managing director with the Connecticut teacher residency program.
So you're coming with practical, real world experience and work in these programs. And I thought I heard you say that teacher preparation is the best indication for support of teachers. Is that correct? The
Absolutely.
Teacher preparation is more indication of how well an educator will be, more so than a standardized test. Is that correct?
100%, yes.
And as an educator and as an administrator, wouldn't you want to see a teacher perform in the classroom, actually determine well as well how well they'll perform when you're not in the classroom or down the road? I guess I'm trying to say that in actuality, you would like to see a person perform their work as opposed to take a test and see if they're qualified to be a great educator. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And I understand the importance of demonstrating both content knowledge and pedagogical knowledge, obviously, right? That's what makes for good teaching. But even in our teacher prep regs, I know as a program, we extensively support any content knowledge gaps through our program, through our coursework, right? If we're training an elementary teacher, they are taking science methods courses that will teach them how to teach science and are teaching a bunch of science content. Same with math, right? Same with social studies, project-based learning and such. And so through the teacher programs, we're doing that for a lot of people. Just because someone knows math doesn't mean they know how to teach math, right? And so forth.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Fico. I meant Dolphin. I'm sorry, Dolphin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying today. Just wondered, I've always been a supporter of performance versus, if you will, quote unquote, education. So I'm in complete agreement. I just wondered if you knew any other model programs or states that are doing something similar, and have you seen any unintended consequences, and what might they be? I know that was a packed question, but.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head all of them, but I do know that not all states rely on Praxis as their content knowledge assessment. There are others with some of the flexibilities that are put forth in this bill, such as having a major in that subject area. If you went to college and got a degree in that, we're still asking you in Connecticut on top of it, right? Pass this test. I know Massachusetts got rid of it, and but what they did was put in their own test in place. So they created their own test and are sort of still working with that. Where there was a pilot, they did still see issues that they're working to sort of further develop the assessment. I forgot what it's called. Starts with an M, of course, for Massachusetts, whatever the acronym is. But what they did was sort of develop their own assessment.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your testimony. I've seen it myself where people are just naturally gifted in teaching and engaging children, and really some of them have no education at all. But thank you for sharing that today with us. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, Meg Scotta, followed by Christina Soprano.
Okay, good afternoon, esteemed members of the Education Committee and all of the other presenters that are here today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Meg Scotta, and I am the Secretary of the Portland Board of Education, as well as the first Vice President of the Connecticut Association of Board of Education. I'm a retired school librarian and a certified licensed before and after school program director. So I have done lockdown drills and other crisis drills. So I have a little bit of experience. The Connecticut Association of Board of Education supports Bill 7077. We endorse the efforts of the Response Drill Working Group. The report of July 2024 is a comprehensive guide, and we are anxious to see that it is implemented. We need to make sure that our kids are safe and that the community is aware of the practices that schools enact in order to keep our children safe. Given that many believe it's a matter of when, not if, that a district will face an event requiring a lockdown, we urge the release of this information with the Department of Education sooner rather than later. This will ensure that the best plan can be implemented. There are a couple of things that we do hope to see changed a bit, and one of them is the release of information about a lockdown drill prior to an actual drill. I think it may cause a lot of anxiety within the school and among the stakeholders, and also in advance, parents and students will have anxiety and other issues. Also, when we are asking the school to send out messages in a variety of languages to parents, I think it puts an undue burden on the staff. School safety committees do operate within the school, and a shared concern for all is to make sure that we educate students and parents about the safety measures without revealing the confidential information about our safety practices. We must protect our students and staff from the trauma of lockdowns, especially our most vulnerable students. Special ed personnel and social workers should be meaningfully involved to support these students during the anxiety-induced events and also post-event. I urge the committee to consider the testimony today, including mine, and make the necessary revisions to this bill. I will tell you that my grandson was in Dallas, Texas yesterday, and ironically, as I was preparing the testimony for today, 58,000 people evacuated a large convention center. They were there for the 2025 NCAA All-Star National Championship cheerleading event. And I can tell you, I'm very proud of my grandson, who has been through at Portland High School an actual lockdown. He knew how to get the kids of all ages on the two teams and get them out of the building. But there were many injuries. 12 people were reported to be injured. And this event had toddlers all the way to college students to elderly grandparents who were there to watch the competitions. I can only say that this is an important bill, and I'm happy that we are not limiting the number of drills, but that we are going to be doing more education and talking to kids about why we do it. And I think that will probably make it a little bit easier when we do have these drills. So thank you. In addition, I just want to add that I think.
Please summarize, Meg.
Okay. So I think that's it. I was going to talk about the construction 15% increase to special ed spaces. I will say this: I think that the entire construction legislation that we go by needs to be looked at. It's not just we want to build 21st century schools, and it's wonderful the 15% will go to spaces for special ed. But I think that we need to really look at how we build our schools, and bulldozing an addition or giving a portion of a school over to a town, as we were discussing in Portland, is not the way to go when we're trying to build schools for the next 30 years. So thank you for the opportunity. I've learned a lot today listening to all of the testimony, but thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon. Next, we have Christina Cipriano.
Hi there. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm here today to speak in support of Bill 7077, which provides explicit guidance and advances the development of evidence-based practices in our state schools. I'm Dr. Christina Cipriano. I'm an associate professor of applied developmental and educational psychology at the Yale Child Studies Center and the director of the Education Collaboratory at Yale. I'm here calling you in from New Haven as a researcher and expert in social emotional learning, a mother of 4 children in public schools, to encourage us that it is time to stop treating gun violence in our schools as a public crime against humanity. Gun violence in our schools are crimes of humanity. Nationally, we know that public schools employ more security guards and school resource officers than counselors, nurses, psychologists, and social workers combined. It is critical that we invest in evidence-based prevention and protection practices. Drills and protection practices that are not grounded in evidence-based practice leave open to possibility of traumatizing students, detracting from their academic success and their opportunities to thrive at school by making them feel less safe in the interest of trying to promote safety. Explicit protection concurrent with explicit prevention in schools is key. Evidence-based programming, such as social and emotional learning, supports all students to thrive at school. Students who participate in SEL programs do better academically, are more engaged, have better attendance and homework completion. Students feel better in school, are less likely to be bullied or be the bully, have reductions in anxiety and stress, feel better, full stop, as well as having improvements in their school climate, better relationships with teachers and peers, and are more safe and available to learn and succeed in school. And isn't that what we want for all students? The data is clear. When young people don't have healthy ways to navigate their big feelings, they will fall victims to the dangerous ones. There is a need for the explicit prevention and intervention practices in schools that foster students' social and emotional, behavioral, and academic success. And we have an obligation to all our children to advance evidence-based practices in the service of students, teachers, and schools, so that each and every one of them is available to be safe to learn, lead, and thrive in their school. And how can this be achieved? As the bill outlines, a clear protocol of what is happening, when, and how in our schools to ensure that psychological and physical safety of all students is the utmost priority. Age-appropriate communications and transparency in these communications to support students, educators, and families to be change agents in fostering and sustaining safe school environments where all students have the opportunity to thrive, and mutual investments in prevention and prevention practices that are evidence-based. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cipriano. I don't see any questions, but really grateful for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Perfect timing. Next, we have Jewel McCombs-Tallis. All right, not online. Next, Jonathan Perlow.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Distinguished members of the Education Committee, my name is Jonathan Perlow. I was Communications Director for Connecticut Against Gun Violence from 2016 to 2024. I'm retired. It's so scary. I hate the dark and the noises. I don't want to go to school. That's what a Connecticut first grader told her mom after a lockdown drill. She's not alone. We had a lockdown drill today. It was scary, but it was just a drill. I didn't know that though, so my stomach was in a knot. One of my kids started crying afterwards since she didn't understand what was happening. I just kept telling her she's safe. That's what a teacher in Stanford told me. That's why I urge you to pass HB 7077 and act concerning crisis response drills. It ensures that drills follow trauma-informed best practices and will prohibit active shooter drills that cause psychological harm in children. I commend Representatives Leeper and Howard for working collaboratively to bring these recommendations forward. Making crisis response drills trauma-informed has widespread support in the education community and among students as well. The National Association of School Psychologists and the National Association of School Resource Officers caution that while drills have the potential to save lives, when not conducted appropriately, they can traumatize children. It's important to balance the likelihood that the skills taught will ever be used against the harm caused by these drills. Although the frequency of school shootings is a crisis, For any one school, they remain exceedingly rare. The provisions in this bill help ensure that these drills don't do more harm than good. We should listen to teachers who have firsthand experience. The American Federation of Teachers opposes active shooter drills because of their traumatizing impact, lack of evidence that they protect lives, and the availability of alternatives. As others have, I'd like to call attention to a broader issue: the large number of adults who do not secure their firearms, a root cause of school shootings that have led to the near universal use of crisis response drills. According to the Department of Homeland Security, 3/4 of firearms used in school shootings were obtained from the home of a parent or close relative. School-based measures to keep students safe must be complemented by measures that prevent armed assailants in schools in the first place. Foremost among these is ensuring that gun owners lock up their firearms. Sari Kaufman is a Parkland survivor and member of the Students Demand Action National Advisory Board. She's also an undergraduate at Yale. Talking to the National Education Association, she said, "Undue attention on drills leaves too little space for proven solutions like keeping all firearms in the home secured." I agree with Sari, and so does former Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona, who wrote last year, "School principals have a unique capacity to help save lives, encouraging safe firearm storage." And at the time, the U.S. Department of Education put out guidance to school principals nationally to communicate about securing firearms in the home, as a number of people have talked about here. I like to say, more guns locked up, fewer lockdowns. To summarize, a trauma-informed approach to crisis response drills combined with more attention to securing firearms will lead to safer schools and create an atmosphere where schools feel safe at school. After all, students can't learn and teachers can't teach if they aren't safe and don't feel safe in school. Thank you so much for considering my testimony, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Jonathan, thanks so much for your testimony. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate all your advocacy over the years for the safety of our children.
Well, thank you, Representative Leeper. Appreciate your effort on this measure.
Thank you. I think we have two questions. Representative Menapace.
Hi, I just had a quick question. As an educator, I've also wondered, have your organization done any like surveys for this about how educators feel about these drills? I mean, I've said in this one before that I find them to be not very helpful. And I was wondering if that is something that your organization has done, because obviously we're seeing this data, but I was just curious if there is any data to support the idea of how teachers or other educators feel about them.
Yeah. Our organization has not done any surveys, and it's actually interesting. A number of years ago, I was kind of starting to wonder how educators feel about how the crisis of gun violence is impacting them, because they clearly are impacted. My daughter happens to be an educator, and I hear it firsthand from her, but also lots of other teachers and educators that I've spoken to. And at the time, this goes back actually a number of years, I looked around and it doesn't seem like any research had been done at the time. It's probably 4 or 5 years ago, really to understand how this is impacting the profession. There's certainly anecdotes about people, young people being less interested in teaching, and more tenured teachers wanting to leave the profession because this is something they have to deal with every day, and it shouldn't be part of their remit.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more question, I think. Representative Constantine.
Jonathan, thank you so much for testifying. I know it's in your written testimony about the safe storage, safe firearm storage, how the Office of Gun Violence Prevention has been disbanded under the current administration. Now, I know Connecticut Against Gun Violence was kind of at the forefront of getting the message out to schools, to parents about safe gun storage. Do you have any recommendations on how that can be better implemented if only 10% of our schools are actually doing it? And this is something that we can do on the ground here in Connecticut to help prevent unauthorized access to guns, particularly by children.
Yes, well, thank you for asking that question. I think the approach that CAGV had taken, and remember, I don't work for them anymore, but it was something that I worked on a lot when I was there the past few years. Our approach had been sort of getting people in the local community to make the requests of school district superintendents or other officials to communicate to parents about securing firearms in the home. But that is a fairly time-intensive activity when we have 169 school districts. We had sort of shied away from like a top-down approach, but quite honestly, I think at this point, it's something that the Commissioner of Education might consider, as well as, and I know Fran Rabinowitz was on earlier, testified earlier, and so kind of, having officials in the education community start to talk to school administrators about doing this. And frankly, the last I checked, the U.S. Department of Education actually still has information on its website suggesting that this is something that school principals and other officials should do. So, so I think there is room for kind of a top-down approach now.
Thank you. And to be clear, I mean, these forms exist. It would just be spreading it out among school districts. A lot of people are concerned about unfunded mandates, putting more on the schools, but this would be it's already, all the forms are developed. It's a simple taking the forms and sending them out to parents along with other back to the school year information. Exactly. And we had put together some, kind of modeled communications, which schools are free to adjust, but they're out there. And the U.S. Department of Education itself has some, a model letter. And I think almost every school district in the state has some kind of, email newsletter. So, it shouldn't be that hard to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. I appreciate that. Seeing no more questions. Have a great afternoon, Jonathan.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Next, we have Catherine Rowe.
Good day, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, and honorable members of the Education Committee. My name is Catherine Rowe, and I have the privilege of serving as the president of the Connecticut chapter of the American Association of Colleges for Teacher Education. I'm also the chair of the Education Department at Western Connecticut State University. I'm here today on behalf of AACTE Connecticut, representing 13 educator preparation programs across Connecticut's public and private institutions. Collectively, we are committed to ensuring every student in Connecticut has access to high-quality, well-prepared teachers. I'm here to express my opposition to raise Bill number 1392, which proposes lowering certification standards in response to the state's teacher shortage. While I fully recognize the state's teacher shortage, and we need to address this urgency and this challenge, I must emphasize that lowering standards is not the answer. In fact, it would exacerbate educational inequalities, increase teacher turnover, and harm student learning, particularly students in under-resourced communities. Connecticut's educator preparation programs are held to nationally recognized standards by CAPE. CAPE is the Council for the Accreditation for Educator Preparations. We have accredited standards, ensuring that every graduate possesses deep professional knowledge, effective instructional skills, and the ability to support diverse learners. CAPE standards are not optional in the state. They are legislatively required, and they require that we represent a critical safeguard, ensuring students in all communities receive high-quality instruction. Furthermore, CAPE's rigorous standards require evidence of content mastery that are both valid and reliable measures. Currently, we are using the Content Mastery Assessment Praxis 2 to provide this data. Lowering the certification standards would only widen existing opportunity gaps. That would create a two-tiered system, which would mean that fully certified teachers would gravitate to wealthier, predominantly white districts, while students of color and low-income students would be more likely to be taught by maybe underprepared teachers who lack the training necessary to meet their diverse needs. Some research is overwhelmingly clear that teacher quality is the most important in-school factor influencing student achievement. Lowering standards would only weaken this critical link, destabilizing classrooms and driving turnover rates, particularly in districts that are already experiencing teacher shortage and staffing issues. So rather than lowering the bar, Connecticut must invest in strengthening teacher pipeline, and we have some proven strategies that we're already partaking in. We have the Grow Your Own program, and that's recruiting future educators from our local communities, fully funded teacher apprentices and residencies, which pair coursework with hands-on classroom experience along mentor teachers, targeted financial support to attract and retain diverse candidates, including loan forgiveness, tuition assistance. Those are all things that we can try to work on to support this shortage. And
Catherine, please summarize.
Okay. Additionally, the passage of Public Law 24 has already taken a proactive step, creating the Connecticut Certification Educational Certification Board. I'd like to address the teacher shortage in that we do not make any rash decisions at the expense of teacher equality and quality. Connecticut students deserve well-prepared, highly qualified educators in every classroom. We owe it to them to pursue solutions that both expand the profession and uphold high standards. Thank you. I'm available to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much for hearing me.
Next, we have Carly Corrigan.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Carly Corrigan. I'm a resident of Avon and have been a lifelong resident of Connecticut. I'm also a former elementary school teacher and volunteer with Moms Demand Action and Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm testifying in support of HB 7077, an act concerning crisis response drills. I'm a mom of 2 children in the public schools and care deeply not only for their safety while they're at school, but also for their mental well-being and the potential impacts that participation in crisis response drills can actually have. I first want to start by saying that I find it heartbreaking that we have school shootings at all. Even one is a tragedy. But the truth of the matter is that mass school shootings are rare. In fact, according to the FBI, since 2000, an average of about 5 students or staff per year have died in active shooter incidents in a school. That's 5 out of approximately 56 million students in the United States. While having a plan in place is important, even for an unlikely scenario such as this, we also need to take into consideration the potential impacts to students and staff when conducting the drills. According to a study conducted by Georgia Tech, active shooter drills in schools are associated with increases in depression, stress, and anxiety, including children from as young as 5 years old up to high schoolers, their parents, and teachers. And as a mom who has a daughter with some sensory issues and suffers from anxiety, I know that the crisis response drills have impacted her, and not in a good way. Just adding to that already. So this is why I urge you to please pass HB 7077 so that we prepare our students, our children, to be safe in a manner that is both age and developmentally appropriate, while also utilizing trauma-informed approaches to address each student's well-being. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you for all of your work.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your support for this legislation. I don't see any questions. So have a great afternoon. Next, we have Hamish McPhail.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Hamish McPhail. I'm the Deputy Director for CONCAN, a statewide advocacy organization that ensures each child in Connecticut has an equitable access to high-quality public education. Today, I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 1392, an act concerning educator certification. 12 years ago, I came to Connecticut as a Teach for America Corps member. That decision has forever changed my life in positive ways. I met my wife here, I raised my 2 sons here, and I have settled down here. In 2013, I joined over 50 other corps members, many of whom have never stepped foot in Connecticut prior to joining Teach for America. And in the weeks following our induction to Connecticut, our paths would, in many cases, diverge. Not due to interest, commitment to kids, or talent, but because of Praxis 2. Praxis 2 is the make or break determination of whether you can teach in Connecticut. This caused significant stress and concern for many of my colleagues. They had to wait to apply for jobs, could not find places to live, or even know if they'd be able to remain in the program at all. Likewise, many of my colleagues at Elm City College Prep, where I taught kindergarten, struggled to pass Praxis 2. They had to teach under temporary licensure and had hard deadlines for either passing the examination or leaving the field of education altogether. As a new teacher, this created a lot of cognitive dissonance for me. First, I had passed the Praxis, yet I knew I was no better than many other people in the field. In fact, I was like any new teacher, struggling in many ways to figure out how to get 33 children that I was teaching every day to sit on a carpet, to listen to stories, and to frankly have a good time. So, second, in fact, I found some of the people that were not, who had not yet passed Praxis, I found many of them to be actually my mentors, who I learned a lot from. I learned how to teach, how to engage with students, and how to integrate high quality instruction from them. Second, I saw my fellow corps members who badly wanted to stay in Connecticut but couldn't. Next to headlines about educator shortages, net outward migration, and concern about young people not wanting to live here. Senate Bill 1392 is more than a decade in the making. Ask any educator what their least favorite part of certification is, and Praxis 2 will be among the leaders of the pack, along with certification fees, which this budget has the opportunity to eliminate once and for all. I wonder how many careers would have changed if we had instituted multiple pathways to demonstrate content mastery over a decade ago. How many educators who chose Connecticut as a place to live, teach, and settle would be here today rather than leave to neighboring states or, yes, private schools. I wonder how this would have impacted our students by having more educators in shortage areas, and importantly, educators that look like them and had similar backgrounds. We have a real chance to make an immediate difference. We've seen the negative impacts of a system that relies on a single examination to determine access. By delaying any longer, we will just allow this system that we know we have to continue. And frankly, we cannot afford to wait years when the educator shortage is impacting students today and our current educators today. So often, I'll end it with this. Educators acknowledge that children learn and show what they know in different ways. Some are good test takers, others thrive in presentations of learning. So why are we treating our aspiring educators any different? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. I understand it very well. I reflect on my Teach for America fellows. They were some of the best educators we ever had, and never had 1 year of teacher training. It's the support you get that's very important, and the passion you have for wanting to see people want to learn and learn is what makes a great educator. And unfortunately, that's not on the Praxis test. Unfortunately, those are attributes what makes a good educator. And I hope when this piece of legislation does pass, we'll put some pathways in place to show that we have people out there who can demonstrate what it takes to be a great educator. So again, thank you for your testimony. And you're right, time has passed. We've been going at this for 10 years, and we all know what we already know. So again, thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
I think it was on. No, it's fine. Thanks, Anish. I think next we have Glenn Lingarini. I think Glenn was in the building. Is he still? All right, we'll move on to Daniel Pearson, who I see online. Really good to see you, Daniel.
Thank you. It's good to be back. This is my first time back to work since my surgery, so it's great to see everybody. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Daniel Pearson, and I'm the Executive Director for Educators for Excellence, a teacher-led nonprofit with over 1,000 members statewide that seeks to promote student equity and elevate teachers' voices in policy decisions. Today, I submit testimony in support of Senate Bill 1392, The teacher certification process in Connecticut continues to hinder the profession's growth. While we're glad the Educator Prep and Certification Board is working on improvements, delayed decisions negatively impact teachers and students right now. While much of their research will be essential to long-term success, we can all agree that there are current barriers to teaching that do not require further research to be addressed. There are strategies we can implement now to help demonstrate teachers' efficiencies and efficacies and content mastery to address the pressing vacancies in our classrooms. The Praxis 2 exam is only one way to show a teacher's competencies. We must be open to a multitude of ways for teachers to demonstrate their mastery, like having a degree in that subject matter or a portfolio demonstrating content mastery. Traditional testing is not the only way to verify a teacher's abilities. While we are still in the midst of a critical statewide teacher shortage, and we cannot halt progress while we wait for change. As an organization, we have engaged with teachers throughout Connecticut to focus on teacher certification and drive this change. While we continue working with the Preparation and Certification Board, we must also make immediate changes to address this problem at the moment. Our teachers and students' futures depend on it, and strongly urge you all to move this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for your testimony. Seeing no questions, have a great afternoon. Next, we have Joseph Sokolovic.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Greetings, esteemed members of the Education Committee. I am here today to testify in regards to two bills, HB 7075 and HB 7076. I am absolutely in favor of the state making available to all districts curriculum materials regarding the Islamic and Arab studies. I saw firsthand as we pushed through Bridgeport becoming the third district to approve Eid al-Fitr as a holiday for a day off, the firsthand how students of the Islamic faith felt otherness. This is the Connecticut I want to live in, an inclusive, diverse Connecticut that equitably recognizes the value of diversity, at least as far as curricular diversity. That's why I'm so appalled with a portion of the next raised bill, HB 7076, an act concerning education mandate relief. It seems that the state of Connecticut is raising the white flag of surrender in the face of the Trump administration threats. HB 7076 will delay any enforcement actions on racial imbalances in Connecticut school districts until 2029. This lack of enforcement will encourage the increase of racial and economic segregation within our 169 school districts. So not only will there be funding disparities in our two Connecticut's caused by the institutionally racist over-reliance on property taxes and restrictive zoning laws, we could also have two Greenwiches and two Bridgeports. For those who qualify, one for those who qualify for free and reduced price lunch, and one for Ned Lamont and the wealthy. Note, this bill does not provide any relief for urban districts into district magnet schools where towns like Bridgeport have under-enrollment in its interdistrict high schools by approximately 360 students. Due to enrollment restrictions requiring at least one suburban student for every two Bridgeport students, around 240 Bridgeport students are unable to fill those seats and are forced to remain in their overcrowded district schools so that Bridgeport does not risk a punitive economic penalty. If this bill does pass, I ask that you include the ability of urban districts to fill every seat into district magnet schools and receive the additional grants that would be in place had the more affluent districts deemed to send their children to our school. It's not fair that seats go empty while Bridgeport students are packed like sardines in some of our schools. At least provide us with equity with the towns that are being given a pass until 2029 under the bill. And I'd like to add, since we're talking about mandate relief, the best mandate relief you could give us is somebody propose a change to the general statute. The General Assembly shall pass no bill regarding education without perpetual funding to implement that bill. Thank you, everybody. And that is all I have. If anybody has any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thanks, Joseph. I don't see any questions for you. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Next, we have Kristen Basagia.
Okay. Elizabeth Sked?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Representative Leeper and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Elizabeth Sked. I'm the Education Issue Specialist with Connecticut Education Association, and I'm here today to testify on Senate Bill 1392. CEA strongly opposes Senate Bill 1392. While we completely agree with the goal of establishing alternative options for teacher certification candidates to demonstrate content knowledge, we cannot support this bill. First, as you heard earlier from CEA President Kate Diaz, Senate Bill 1392 circumvents the authority and expertise of the Connecticut Educator Preparation and Certification Board. Through the leadership of this committee, the Certification Board was established in Public Act 2441 to oversee educator certification and modernize the certification process. It was also specifically tasked with developing additional and more innovative options for certification candidates to demonstrate content knowledge. The Certification Board recently voted to maintain content area assessments like Praxis and charged an ad hoc committee of the board to consider and recommend more innovative options. Passage of Senate Bill 1392 would circumvent the important work of the board. Existing law requires on a measure Praxis 2, which is a standardized assessment considered research-based, consistent, and psychometrically valid and reliable. However, we understand that Praxis 2 can also be fraught with bias and limitations in assessing whether a candidate can actually teach content knowledge. Potentially good teachers are prevented from receiving certification because of it. Identifying viable and authentic options that are reliable but avoid from bias standardized approaches requires due diligence. The Certification Board, with its input from key stakeholders, including experienced educators, will be vital in ensuring that the most effective alternative options are developed. In addition, CEA is concerned about the specific alternate options proposed. The bill implements a yet-to-be-developed, unproven, and potentially costly portfolio system for assessing content knowledge. This is concerning for a few reasons. It lacks research to support its validity and reliability and creates unnecessary financial and administrative burden on the CSDE, educator prep programs, and potentially candidates. It adds a portfolio requirement for new teachers right after the state eliminated EdTPA portfolio due to its excessive burden on the candidates and disconnectedness from assessing whether someone can actually teach. Review and consideration of such an option would be best completed by the new Certification Board. We're also concerned that the bill's rushed implementation timeline is very unrealistic. It mandates changes by July 1, 2025, only 4 months from now. That's nowhere enough time to develop, test, and implement any new certification processes and to be sure that they are, too, not biased. Such a hasty shift in policy could lead to confusion, inconsistency, and unintended negative consequences. In summary, Senate Bill 1392 undermines the integrity of Connecticut education preparation system, disregards the experience of the Certification Board, and introduces logistical and financial burdens without a proven benefit. I strongly urge this committee to reject this bill and uphold our commitment to high standards for the Connecticut's educators and students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, have a great afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Next, we have Louis Ortiz. Sorry, Louis. So sorry.
Of course, I should know this. It's not my first rodeo here. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper and other distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Luis Ortiz. I am the Director of Community Engagement and Family Partnerships with CONCAN, and we're here in strong support of Senate Bill 1391, an act concerning the transparency of multilingual learner data. As someone who has had the privilege of working alongside our multilingual learners, I can attest to the vital importance of providing them with access to the critical information they need to make the best educational decisions for their children. The inclusion of data on academic progress, bilingual education programs, and overall educational performance is not just about streamlining administration. It is a matter of fairness, equity, and above all, ensuring that families have the information they need to make the informed choices about their children's education. Parents and guardians of multilingual learners deserve to have transparency regarding their children's academic development, particularly when it comes to how children like theirs are performing within certain programs. And this proposed bill will empower those families to do just that. I do have to note, though, that the importance of this bill cannot be overstated, especially in the current climate where we see national policy shifts that may limit the availability of resources we provide to our multilingual communities. The recent executive order on the national language will allow certain agencies to decide whether or not they provide translated services to folks who do not speak English. We must not allow any roadblocks, whether administrative or otherwise, to prevent families from fully understanding, accessing their services that their children need. I did submit testimony, but I'm going to go off script a little bit here to talk about the Statue of Liberty just a bit. In 1883, Emma Lazarus wrote a poem, was in task of writing a poem called The New Colossus. And it says in that poem, "Give me your tired, give me your poor, send these, the homeless tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp besides the golden door." I'm asking that with your support of this bill, we allow the stories of success and economic opportunities to be that light that multilingual families see, and that Connecticut continues to be that golden door that remains open and welcoming these diverse populations to our communities that make us rich and strong. Thank you for your support, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Misha Shahid.
Allahu Akbar. The words I heard before being shoved into a locker with pencils and erasers thrown at my face. My face stinging, with tears threatening to spill, I quickly grabbed my school bag and scurried towards the school bus. As the only Muslim student in my grade, this was not a new experience for my middle school self. I had come to accept that in my small suburban town, Islamophobia was not just tolerated, it was often ignored by teachers who, at worst, casually engaged with it. Every 9/11 anniversary, I was asked to share my thoughts about the incident, to which I wish I could have bravely asked the simple question, why me? I eventually learned to hide my Muslim American identity, forcing myself to show up at school on Eid so I wouldn't have to justify my absence, or excusing myself from the lunchroom by claiming to have a headache to conceal the fact that I was fasting during Ramadan. Throughout my primary school education, I convinced myself that somehow this mistreatment was justified, that misrepresentation and miseducation were to blame. It was only after my journey as an undergrad and master's student at UConn that I realized how deeply ingrained misrepresentation and miseducation were actually institutionalized microaggression and discrimination. Simply put, it was a lack of genuine effort to learn about our differences. While I cannot go back in time to educate my teachers that the henna on my hands during Eid was to celebrate and honor a tradition that spanned decades, or to explain that Allahu Akbar is simply the Arabic phrase for God is great, I can say with all my heart that a child should feel safe enough to be who they are. When I see my nieces and nephews wanting to embrace their religious heritage, I want them to proudly say who they are and for the world to meet them with respect and empathy. If we work together to educate each other and build bridges of understanding rather than instilling borders, and aligning ourselves with Connecticut social studies standards by passing HB Bill 7075, I am certain we are able to do so. As Malcolm X once said, education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And going a little bit off script, Hassan, who spoke earlier, actually had to leave because he got a report that at a district today, 2 hijabi students were ripped off of their hijab and assaulted physically. So that is just a reminder of why this bill is so important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for sharing your story, and I'm so sorry that happened to you. And it's been really wonderful to hear all day from everyone who's come to testify on this bill about how important it is to us to expand our shared understanding of each other. Thank
for your
you.
time.
Representative Menapace?
Just to reiterate what Rep. Leeper said, like I'm a social studies teacher and I love hearing about this for new parts of history, but it's really great to have you come in and tell us about the positive impact that you can have. And I'm really sorry that, you know, you've had to have this experience, but I am very hopeful that we can get this passed and that this will have a positive, you know, effect on students in the future. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Orlando Rodriguez.
Morning. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Bertho, Representative Zupkus, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Orlando Rodriguez, and I am a Research and Policy Development Specialist for CEA, which represents educators in over 150 school districts. CEA supports Senate Bill 1391 and recommends additional language to better understand and remediate academic gaps among English and multilingual learners, not just students in bilingual education programs. I want to reinforce that the bill currently just applies to bilingual education. And there's a lot of misunderstanding about this. We want it to apply to all students who are English learners or multilingual learners, not just those in bilingual education. The existing reporting requirements of Senate General Statute 10-17M should be extended to all ELs and MLs. This will provide more actionable data to target remedial instruction among all ELs and MLs. We highly recommend that the results of mastery examinations should be disaggregated into the following mutually exclusive categories. 1, never ELs, MLs. 2, on-time ELs, MLs. 3, former ELs, MLs. 4, long-term ELs, MLs. And 5, at risk for long-term ELs, MLs. Furthermore, this information should be available on the EdSite website. We thank you for your interest in the matters of importance to all English learners and multilingual learners. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so have a great evening. Next, we have Dolores Garcia Blocker.
Co-chairs McCrory and Leeper, vice chairs Winfield and Brown, and members of the Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of 1392. My name is Dr. Dolores Garcia Blocker, and I am the Executive Director of Teach for America, Connecticut. I want to express my strong support of this bill because it establishes alternative pathways into the profession for teacher candidates for whom the Praxis 2 exam has posed a considerable barrier. I have been working to recruit exceptional educator talent to Connecticut who deeply believe all children should have access to an excellent education. Under my leadership, we have focused on growing our local talent pipeline to either remain in Connecticut or return to Connecticut to deliver impact in our classrooms, schools, and communities. The Praxis 2 remains a barrier in Teach for America's recruitment efforts. Our potential candidates who want to teach in Connecticut but are unable to pass the Praxis 2 go to another state to teach or pursue a different profession altogether, a loss to Connecticut classrooms. In 2023, Boston University's Wheelock Educational Policy Center researched the relationship between licensure tests in Connecticut and teacher supply, and found that failing a first attempt at the praxis significantly and substantially reduces a candidate's likelihood of becoming a certified teacher in a public school. This means that candidates who fail their first attempt are being pushed out of the profession precisely when we need them most. especially given the teacher shortages in Connecticut. SB 1392 will address this problem of establishing multiple pathways by by which aspiring educators can demonstrate mastery. We deeply understand the need for educators at all levels, preschool through college and beyond, to use multiple pathways with their own students to demonstrate content mastery. The Connecticut Educator licensure process should be no different. Please pass this bill. Thank you for your efforts to ensure that every Connecticut student has access to high quality and diverse teachers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You've been with us for a while today.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrew Feinstein.
Hi, I'm Andy Feinstein, SEEK. It's all about special education. Three bills I want to talk about. Let me do 13. I'll do it very quickly. 1392. The shortage is now. The shortage is intense. The shortage is imminent. Maybe the bill is not perfect, but let's do it. And maybe this certification board can fix it in the future if it needs to be fixed. Frankly, watching the certification board, it doesn't look like they're doing anything in terms of watching them publicly. It seems to be a bureaucratic delay. And I'm a little offended by Dr. Rowe saying that the purpose of this bill is to lower standards. It does nothing of the sort. Okay, I'll move on to 7076. Look, I understand that there's money involved in this bill. However, at a time when parents that I deal with are traumatized by what the Trump administration is doing to special education, it would be a cruel joke indeed for this legislature to cut back on special education rights in Connecticut. And that's exactly what this bill does. The board estimates of costs sound to me somewhat high. This is a very small group of kids who make it to age 21 and are still in the special ed system. And it doesn't really apply. The cost figures are irrelevant for the vast majority of those who are in-district programs. This is only the out-of-district placed programs. So fully funding excess costs, for example, would take care of this problem. I've heard the chairwoman's argument about adult services. I totally agree. Adult services are horrible in the state, and we've got to do something about it. But I don't see how changing the age of eligibility or cutoff of eligibility would do anything to affect the quality and funding of adult services in the state. Finally, on 777 and 7077, the additions are great, but there is no reason to have 3 drills a year involving students. The argument that there's some muscle memory is, I think, entirely unproven. And the trauma, as we've heard from a lot of testimony today, the trauma is repeated again and again and again. So I would urge this committee to amend the bill to limit any crisis drills, any live crisis drills involving students to once a year. You could have a couple other ones so that teachers could and staff could learn the system. And I believe that once a year proposal, I merely got from our distinguished chairwoman who has been pushing that idea. So I'm all for that. Thank you. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you all sitting here all day.
Thank you, Andy, for your advocacy, your passionate advocacy, as always. And I would just say for 777, oops, sorry about that. This was the compromise that was palatable to the working group. And so these are the unanimous recommendations from the working group. And you know how compromise can be sometimes. Does anybody else have any questions? I just also respond to your comments on 776. And I think very much a part of what's on our mind is the looming education, the holistic education costs coming from the feds. And so the idea that we might be getting even fewer dollars and how we spend them being even more closely scrutinized. And I hear wholeheartedly the fear from every community who's worried about losing dollars. Absolutely.
Of course, the good news and the bad news is we get a tiny amount from the federal government for special education, far less than the national average. The good news is we get far less from the federal government, and so any cutoff is going to affect us a good deal less than other states.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot to worry about.
There's a lot. I think the estimate between Title I, II, III, and IV is just shy of $500 million a year that we would be having to absorb here at the state level. So it's scary. And our IDEA dollars are also not what they should be. I think a good colleague spoke to that earlier, that we're supposed to get something like 40% from the federal government, and what we receive is closer to 7%. So that's been a huge part of, I think, the struggle for many years for all of our districts and all of our communities, certainly.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and thanks for staying.
Of course. We're moving quickly today. Thank you.
Good chairmanship.
Next, we have Alyssa Dunn.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Dr. Alyssa Hadley-Dunn, and I am the Director of Teacher Education and a Professor of Curriculum and Instruction at the University of Connecticut. I am also the parent of children who attend Manchester Public Schools. There are many bills up for consideration today, so I wanted to start by thanking those who gave important testimonies and work as steadfast advocates for special education access, Islamic and Arabic studies, and trauma-informed school safety drills. I would also like to provide testimony on SB 1392, an act concerning educator certification. I am opposed to this legislation. Subsection B1 of the bill, as currently written, introduces alternative paths to meeting minimum content knowledge that differ from the current State Board of Education requirement. In doing so, it seems to make it possible for anyone who meets these new minimum requirements to receive a teacher certification without any type of educator preparation. Such a change will have harmful long-term effects. This will diminish the value of research-based teacher education programs that prepare teachers with the knowledge and skills needed to teach. By changing these requirements, the proposed bill will jeopardize the quality of instructions in K-12 schools across the state, especially in under-resourced schools where underprepared teachers are more likely to be placed. Further, teachers who lack the requisite knowledge and skills to support student learning are more likely to leave teaching, contributing to the high rates of teacher attrition in under-resourced schools. Putting unprepared teachers in classrooms is educational malpractice. It is inequitable and unjust, not only to the students in those schools, but also to the teachers themselves. They deserve to be well prepared for their careers, and they deserve to feel successful and supported in their work. Overall, this bill, as written, ultimately risks, first, increasing teacher turnover during a period of significant shortage, and second, lowering student success, especially for our most vulnerable students. This bill is a short-term solution to the long-term problem of teacher recruitment and retention. Even if the intent of the bill is to bring more qualified educators, especially educators of color, into the profession and to be more equitable, the impact will be far from it. Thank you for your continued support of the university, and I appreciate the opportunity to share our perspective on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. The senator has a question.
Thank you. You said by passing this legislation, we'll be putting unqualified educators who didn't pass a test into our classroom, and result will harm our students. Is there any research you have that shows that passing a test is a direct correlation of student outcomes, academic outcomes?
The concern is that the bill as written opens the gate for people.
No, so my question was, is there any research out there that shows that there is a direct correlation between passing a certification test and student outcomes?
I'm sure that we can get that research for you.
Okay, when you do that, please provide it for me. Thank you.
May I add? Yes, may I add to that answer?
Sure.
Thank you. So the issue as the bill as written is that we agree that there need to be opportunities for people to enter teaching if there are existing barriers that keep them from doing so. But these can be exceptions, and we cannot make policy on exceptions. So we've heard great stories today from the committee members who have shared about knowing individual teachers who did not go through teacher preparation and were successful by your estimation. But these possibly too may also be exceptions. It is wonderful that they were successful for them and their students. But when we allow the bill, again, as written, that when we allow people, anyone with a degree in a subject area to become an educator with no preparation, then that's when we risk harming our students, especially those who are most vulnerable. Because we know we do have research from decades of research that it is important to not just know what to teach, the subject matter, but also how to teach. Thank you.
So you don't have to comment to this. I don't know, there's not a place in this bill where it says no preparation for teachers. So let's just make that clear. And I'll give you anecdotal evidence, real good evidence once we get to another place in this bill. And I will and show you personally why this assessment is ridiculous. I think there's need for assessments, but like I said earlier, there are multiple ways to demonstrate mastery. And what we have to get out in this state of Connecticut is our old ways of doing things one particular way. It's not working. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Susan Yankee.
Hello, I'm your last person for the day, so I'll make it super quick. Good afternoon, Chairperson Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper and members of the Education Committee. I am Susan Yankee, Chair and Parent Member of the Connecticut State Advisory Council for Special Education. I am here in support of raised House Bill 7077, but would like you to consider an amendment to Section 4 regarding Statute 10-222M. We would appreciate the inclusion of a special education department representative to be mandated. This would put the statute in agreement with the Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security's recently updated edition of a special education representative on district school safety and security plan development committees. Why we feel this needs to be mandated, it's in order to ensure that there's someone at the table that understands the diverse needs of students with disabilities in emergency situations. Inclusive emergency planning have been proven effective in enhancing safety outcomes during real incidents. And by making sure that all students, including those with disabilities, are considered and have clear, actionable plans, schools can reduce confusion, delays, and potential risks during emergencies. A guideline is not always followed, so please consider adding a person who understands the diverse needs of students with disabilities to General Statute 10-22M. Thank you so much. Any questions?
I really appreciate that really specific feedback, and have also heard it and made a note. And I think it's a great suggestion. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Representative Comey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Susan. Good to see you. You were last on the.
You know, with the last name Yankee, I'm always last.
Thank you for your work on this. I don't want to belabor the issue, but I just really wanted to thank you for your work on the committee, on the SAC committee, but also I originally met you when you were working with your son in high school to advocate for your son who's hearing impaired, to get accommodations for safety, for emergencies. Can you just go a little bit into it? Because it is a specific issue, and I think that it's sort of, it shows us exactly, why it's needed. Thank you.
For me, and I want to thank you, Senator McCrory, and everybody that was on the Education Committee in 2019 that passed this. It was adding an emergency plan to the language and communication plan for students with hearing loss and adding 504. And so actually by my son being a part of that, he sat at his planning table and he helped create his own emergency plan. Then he went to college. The first day he missed his emergency drill preparation, but because he had already had that experience, he already knew how to figure out where are his exits, make sure I tell the RA to knock on my door in case I don't hear anything. So I just want to say that's so important that we have somebody at the table. And the SAC also really wants to make sure that there's a connection between first responders and the needs of students with disabilities and emergencies. And we think if they're all sitting at the same table, you can solve that problem in one fell swoop. So I want to thank everybody so much for that bill in 2019. So appreciate it. Thank you, Representative Comey, for that as well.
Thank you so much. And thanks again for coming out. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Rep. Comey. I think we have also Representative Howard.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Yankee. I was actually going to point out to the chairs that, people with the last name that starts with like a letter like Y should get to the front of the line for once. Last to walk at graduation and so on and so forth. But I have one question. Thank you for your feedback. We were very careful in this working group to account for students with special needs and whatnot. The existing law that you referenced asking us to amend, it does allow for boards of education to include people as they deem necessary. Are you aware of any board of education in the state where parents of special needs students or teachers of special needs students are requesting to be included and are not being included? Or is this sort of maybe proactive on your part?
No, we had an entire ad hoc committee for school safety. And actually this was suggested to us by William Turley, who's the person that does this at Demas. Yep. And that's why then he included it in their policies, but it isn't mandated. So he was the one who said there is a need for somebody with a special education perspective.
Right.
So,
and I'm not disagreeing that they bring significant value, especially in the context of this bill. My question is, under current law, right, for where I live, for example, if I went to the Board of Education and said, hey, I have children with special needs, I would like the school safety committee to include a parent or teacher with, either a special needs teacher, special education teacher, or a parent. I would imagine they would accommodate that. I'm just wondering if you know of anywhere in the state where said request has been made and been denied.
No, I do not. But I also know that a lot of parents don't know that they can go ahead and do that.
Sure.
Right. So that's the other problem. As a parent, you don't know everything that's available to you. You kind of just assume that it's already happening.
Okay.
And the reason we started this ad hoc committee for school safety is we had a parent come to us in our public comment and say, we just had a bunch of bomb threats in our school district. And I called my son's para, talked to her and said, what is your plan for my son? And she said, we don't know of any plan for your son, but we're going to jump on him and cover it cover his body if there's a problem. And she thought that wasn't acceptable, that there needed to be some sort of not only a special education representative on this, but that information is trickling down to the people that are working with the students. So hopefully I answered your question and I wasn't too roundabout. So
no, it was
okay.
It was perfect, and I understand conceptually exactly what you're getting at. And like I said, Rep. Leeper and I and other members of the working group were very, very focused on kids with special needs in the context of this particular bill and the crisis drills. So your feedback is most welcome. And thank you so much for being here. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. You're so greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Representative. And I think that might be it. Wrapping up our third public hearing for the Education Committee. Thanks, everyone. I think there'll be 2 more public hearings. Are we convened or adjourned?